Having a cigarette? Yeah, sometimes I like to smoke down here.
I have played a bit of this game before, but I never got anywhere near uncovering the mystery, and I want to finish it. So the scaling looks a bit confusing. Is that this? It is. Output, sharp. That's what it should look like. You can change the actual how it looks, which I think is interesting, but I do think the original look of the game, or this one, is probably the best one. It's just the nicest colours. Interesting. It's the most how it should feel, to be honest. So yeah, I'm just going to get this turned down a little bit. So, premise. Here's the premise. No fate solved. So I think I ended up doing probably around, I'd say less than 10. Less than 10. Lost at sea 1803, the good ship Obra Dinn. But 1786 London, 800 tons, 18-foot draft. Captain Robert, it's Robert Whittle, I remember that. Crew, 51 men, last voyage to Orient Cape, rendezvous unmet. Going to East India, London office for inquiries of testimony. Orient being east, Cape rendezvous probably Cape Town, I would assume. Because I know they're going by Africa as this all happens. I think, but what I feel like this is a game where I can really sort of I need to pay attention to the game, and I need to talk about why I'm doing certain things. But yeah, the overall image return dispatch to form with immediately and prepare for a full assessment, but only to an extent, and that's what I like. It would just take me out of it, to be honest.
Man woke me up. Said you'd need ferry to the Obra Dinn. Not many eager for that job. Seems a bit late if you ask.
I didn't.
What's in the box?
I don't know. I'll hoist it up in a few minutes.
Hey! How?
Carefully.
It is random in this game whether you're a male or female, which I think is like interesting because they never mention it. And no game has done one bit since this game convincingly enough to look like that. Like that is beautiful, and it's two colours. Yes, you'll hear my keyboard throughout the game. I think it adds to the experience because this is a game that realistically could have released. Well, it could have released 20 years ago. This game could have came out in 20 years ago. All it would need is probably worse audio quality, and it would have been like a classic puzzle game in PC gaming. And there's so many of these games I mean, obviously he's only done the other one. He's only done Papers, Please as well. But there's something I like about the direction he takes with his games, and there's only two of them, but both of them, like, I enjoyed what I've played of this near the start of the game, and I really enjoyed what I did of Papers, Please. Yeah, 100% of Papers, Please. And I don't know when his next game will be. It should be soon, but he's been doing like the play date stuff. Right, so you need the thing off him, don't I? I didn't even listen. Yep.
It's too heavy!
Yep, I was here. I was doing it.
It's too heavy.
Yep.
Take it yourself or open it here.
Forgot the controls of it completely though. Might be a better game to play on controller. Yeah, D. Right. Return of the Obra Dinn, Catalogue of Adventure and Tragedy. Preface. I trust that you now find yourself aboard the Obra Dinn. I expected this day to come, and my every intention was to tell the ship's strange tale within the pages of this book. Regrettably, failing health has allowed me to produce only the basic outline that follows. Your presence on the Obra Dinn is critical. I leave the discovery of its fate and the completion of this book in your hands. The next pages will seem bewildering at first. All will make sense in time. Use the pocket watch to determine the identity and fate of everyone on board. Complete each chapter accurately and return the book by guaranteed post to the French Office of Affairs in Morocco. The bargain chapter will remain unknown to you. I possess the details within, but I would like to keep them private for now. Henry Evans, he's on the ship. So the chapters: loose cargo, bitter cold, murder, the calling, unhulled captives, soldiers of the sea, the doom, bargains hidden, escape, the end, and then things. This sketch becomes very important with all the different characters one might find, and yeah, they get blurry as you know, as you don't find out what they are. But obviously, there's like the captain there. I remember him as the captain. The photographer you forget about. Oh, you can just go like that. To be fair, the photographer you forget about. There's like other people. These are the royalty. I mean, yeah. So I think this is the sort of the new element I'm doing, since it's also been recorded at the same time, but it's been streamed. I'll try my best to make this into a video if I can, but otherwise it's a stream. That's basically the idea. Skim through the entire book first. With another preface. Atlantic log. So it left from, let's say, Exeter or something. Probably Falmouth. Sort of graze past Iberia, through Madeira, Canary Islands, past Cape Verde, and then it was intended to get to Cape Town, as mentioned, but it was along here where the issue came. Next page. Manifest, the captain, first mate, second mate, third, fourth mate, bosun, bosun's mate, certain mate, captain, all the people, passengers, stewards, midshipmen, topmen, seamen, artists, like all the different people. Yes, I'm pressing tab. I didn't even send them in, press tab. And then we've seen that sketch. So, what's at the end then? Loose cargo, yeah. We know where things happen. We're getting near the end. There's the doom bargain. What's he say about bargain? It will remain unknown to the ship and return to it. Yeah. The end. Glossary. Yeah, we know about all these things. There we go. And the pocket watch of time immemorial. Probably turn this up a little bit. Just because you need to hear the little bits. Just gets there's a good dynamic range on this game, which is good for when you're playing a game, but it's horrible when you're streaming it because it means the mix is horrible. Right. So now we have the pocket watch of beautiful truths. I can return to Q just to get that to the back. The first death.
Captain! Open the door! Kick it in. Ah! Lest we break it down and take more than those shells! You bastards may take exactly what I give you!
Right, initially, obviously, I've played the start of the game, I know this guy's the captain, but I never got this guy, but I don't think I was looking into it far enough. This guy's sounds Scottish. He's from the top deck, he wears the hat. Else, I mean, yeah, that's all the information. This guy got shot by someone who we don't know who it is yet, but it's a captain. Also present is this guy. It can be seen holding a knife in his mouth, I think that is. You'd have to go around the other way to see. But I like how this game starts. Like it goes in completely non-linear fashion. So you really can't get the idea of the progression unless you pay attention. So one of the start of the end, I'm pretty sure this is. Right, we don't know who it is. He was shot though by a gun. Well, yeah, shot by a gun. We don't know that. Well, we can say the captain, because there's enough clues already at the start of the game to know he's a captain. Pretty sure he's the second mate as well, but yeah, he is sneaking up. So he's one of the Just looks like a regular seaman. Same for him, but he also looks like he could be someone else. That's all we know though from this. That is all we know. That is all we can discern from this. Next guy died right here.
Where are they? Must be in here someplace. They're at the bottom of the sea. That's a lie.
I think the guy with the gruffer voice was the one who was killed. He was knifed by the captain. But he's guy with beanie, I think I call him. Don't know. He looks like he has a beanie on, but I don't know if that is what it is. Definitely not at this time. And you're dropping down here. You're the guy with the old guy. Yeah. Pretty cut and dry, that one. Right. Corpse was far back. Two others were present, but this unknown soul was knifed by the captain. There's not much more to gather from this, so I'll move on. Guess it's this guy. This will be the guy dropping down. He was hit with a blunt object by the captain. You're already dead, and you're already dead, so obviously the motion of events was that you told him to open the door, Beanie Man came in, Beanie Man tried to get attacked, got killed. You saw what was going on and tried to get him from behind, it didn't work. Also you. Who is this already out? Don't know who it is, but he was clubbed by the captain. Well, there's her, but I think she unlocks another can of worms if I remember correctly. So you'd want to be looking at.
Abigail, your brother, my friend. I shot him dead. I'll be with you soon, my love. Please forgive me for everything.
That's the captain. That's, I guess, the deceased we're technically talking about, but we know that that's Abigail. And that he shot his brother, so presumably you are Abigail, brother. That's all we can ask. Yeah, we've done that. So he was the last death in the game, so we already have the end. It ends just like this. Nothing more to look at, I don't think. Can't get in from this way. Okay, well this one's easy, because that means he's in pretty sure. This person's face is no longer blurred, which means that they can now be identified. Use the book and the pocket watch to gather enough information to deduce their identity. Revisit memories on the ship using the pocket watch to study relationships, appearances, and activities. Use the book maps, crew manifest with artist sketches, along with the individual conversation logs to find clues about names, relationships, appearances, and roles. There were 60 people on the ship when it left England. Determining anyone's identity and fate will not be easy. Decisive information is rare. We'll have to make assumptions using partial information. Some identities may only be revealed through a process of elimination. Good luck. This is the captain, and he killed himself with a gun. This may or may not be correct. Fates are validated in sets of 3. Correctly identify at least 3 people and their fates to have the information type set into the book. Abigail, right, well, we'll go right to Abigail then. The eponymous, wrong word, eponymous Abigail from the speech. The end. So when you finish off looking at all the fates from a chapter, you get the X's. I think you get slashes as well when you don't know who it is, when you don't know what happened to them, like at all, like when they're missing or something. Right. This is Martin. That's the bigger piece of information here. Martin, who stands to the left. Now we can give people... Is he unblurred? Well, yeah. I mean, it's easy enough to tell that this guy is Martin Perrott, the third mate. Yeah, we can easily say that. Like, yeah. First of all, this guy's appearance matches with that of a third mate. Second of all, she was talking about Martin. And third of all, there's only one Martin on the ship, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so that is Martin Perrott. He's lost his hat. Previous to now, but this is the deceased. This is Abigail. So we have these two. He's... don't know who he is, but he's wrangling with the Kraken, which is also a big part of what this is. You though. I don't know what uniform that is for. You're getting dragged, so you're a previous thing I can do. Are you the... You're the guy who gets killed by the captain at the end. And then them lot are also present. So this is chapter 7, the Doom. Quite simple who this is then. This is Abigail, who was crushed. What have she actually done? Let me have a look. What is she? Crushed by the rigging, I guess I would call that. We're going over here, aren't we? That's the thing that confused me when I was playing it the first time. Is you find the previous bodies, and then you sort of make them appear in the modern time. Alright, I'm not gonna go down your line of questioning right now though, because I want to talk on this guy. This guy's the brother of Abigail. So can I... This guy is the brother of Abigail. He dies at the end. This guy, he's the brother, because he's the one who got shot by the captain, so he's the Hoscut. Yeah, Hoscut there. There we go, first 3. Now it gets quite confusing. Let's just start with you. So, he was torn apart. He's wearing that uniform as well. He's just lost his gun. Don't know who you are, but you're either dead or nearly dead. You two are throwing guns with each other, which would make me assume... How close are you in the picture? Quite far. And you... Alright, the only information about him is he has interesting tattoos. That's the only defining feature. That would point him to being from certain places, but I don't know how much we read into that. He can be identified from at the moment. And I'm wondering if that's because he's from New Guinea. I think I'm gonna say because he's got the Maori tattoos. He's from New Guinea. I'm gonna say that this is the guy from, and this is Marba from New Guinea, and he was torn apart by a beast. Yeah, right, that's you. Just because of the tattoos. Who else would have a tattoo like that? You wouldn't see English having tattoos like that. And who else would look more like someone from New Guinea than this guy? So that's my line of reasoning. It could obviously change. Throw the powder, and that happens. Right, who's this? This is the guy who's just been torn apart. You fell down the stairs. You might be found at the bottom. A lot of guns are found you, but to be fair, you also end up at the top. You're wearing a cap. Right, what about you, the main primary, maybe even witness or even cause of this? I don't know. What about you then? Who are you? No clue. But you definitely got blown up. That's as much as I can say about that. You're also getting caught in the wires. But you did say throw the powder. I don't think much about the audio was helpful there. If you look closely, like he's got the tattoos, like that would make me think he's from New Guinea. That's the line of reason with him. Just so that if we get two other people, that can be him. And if we don't, with less certainty, then we know that it's not him. Right, what did he say again? Get some in a bit quick. Hold on. Throw the powder. Then he got blown up. Don't know who it is. But he got exploded. Okay, good enough. So we know who Martin is. Martin would be in the third, fourth mate, whatever he is. We can go down now. Okay, whoever fell down didn't... Well, yeah, whoever fell down came up eventually, so obviously they didn't die there. Can't go in there yet. Right, we'll just get the guy who's obviously in front of us. I wonder what happened to him. Really, I'm really confused. Sir Lewis Cannon. Right. Well, presumably this is the Sir being mentioned. I think that's Martin as well. That is. So this guy who died can't be Martin. And Martin's not Scottish. Yeah. This guy is Scottish who died. We know he's Scottish though. Yeah, I know this. His first one, yeah, on Blood Moon. Try it anyway. He's Scottish. I'm just going to look at names. This is just what I'm here to do. He's Scottish. And he worked on the cannons. But a midshipman, there is none that are Scottish. Is there any topmans who are Scottish? There is. There's Timothy Butemont. In terms of regular seamen, there are no Scots. There's only... The purser's Scottish as well, but he didn't seem to be wearing the sort of thing you would expect a purser to wear. For now, I'll put in that he's the topman. Unless it's someone else shouting about loose cannon, it might have been him. He's also dead, but he must have died before. Oh, he's coming down the stairs as well. Who are you? He's the guy who got exploded. And you're unknown, but I'm pretty sure we do know that you die, or when you die. I'm gonna guess he's a Scottish guy, just because he sounds Scottish. But, like, it was a very it was like a very obvious Scottish accent. And considering that we don't know him anywhere, saying he was crushed by a cannon is enough. So now we have the two guesses, I believe. We have guessing that this guy's Scottish because he sounded Scottish, and he's not the purser. This is unknown and we don't know who it is, and I'm saying that this guy's Marber for a reason other than he had the tattoos. But if that's what we're going off, that's what we're going off. This guy has been dismembered. Well, this guy's been dismembered. Is that the only... There was a guy here as well, but I presume he comes off this. So the cannon went off, and this guy who has the top hat, who's fancy, is the victim, primarily. The fuse went off. Whoever mentioned the fuse going off didn't sound particularly British Isles. Which one of these got... Was it you? No, you're the guy who got stabbed later on. You're the old guy who... Yeah, so you two... Yeah, and then you... We don't know. You... We're saying was Marber. And then you we don't know. The person who was crushed against the cannon here is not present. So this must have been long before that happened. That's my only guess. Right, this guy, where is he in the memory? Are we on about this guy dying at this point? No, we're on about that guy. So we know about Top Hat Man. Is it underneath? Is it this guy who we're saying is the victim of this? Right, Top Hat Man. What information do we have about Top Hat Man? Top Hat Man. The fuse was also, well, it was said. Who could it be? It needs to be someone who's wearing something smart. Maybe, I don't know. Any of these things. To be honest. Maybe just a passenger, but why would he be on that deck? But it's fate. He was shot with a cannon by the beast. Right, now we're gonna find out what happens to him. I don't know about the other guy though. Where's the other guy that dies in this scene? Does he die in front of us as well? Aim level, belay spark. I have reason to believe one of these is not English. You're Marber. You don't talk like that. Well, you're apparently Marber. You got crushed by the cannon, but that would be by the beast, presumably. You will get shot by the... Yeah, the other guy who gets shot. So this is the other guy who dies. Now, you might be the... What crew do we have on here? In terms of midshipmens, I believe. They're all English. Topmans, one's Persian. One's Russian, but I don't think he's Russian. Could be the Denmark guy. Maybe Austria. Bosun. I can't remember what a bosun is though. I don't know if that would help. He's a gunner. Austria. So one of these people is Christian Wolf. Definitely. I doubt that's what a gunner would wear though. But then again, he's leading sort of these group here. Like if you sort of see the hierarchy of this scene, You've got the captain, the first and second mate. Probably already tell that that's the fourth mate, to be honest. Yes, that's the crushed by cannon guy. Whoever this is, I don't think he's important in this, but this guy is telling these people, you need to shoot this guy. So I would say that this guy, I think that's the gunner, because you hear him, he's Austrian, but then he doesn't really react. But he's definitely the most senior person here. So I don't know. There's not a nice explanation to that. If they're saying I can't find out who it is yet. Lord, move by hands, aim level ready, no, belay spark. Who is this? How did they? Well, they died by getting crushed by the cannon, but actually it was the beast because it wasn't a loose cannon, I think. That's what we're saying. We can now leave this line of questioning. I really want to say that this guy is... I want to say that this guy's the gunner though, because, I mean, look, he's leading these people to shoot. And why else would he be on here? Why would he be talking? I'm just going to say that he is. I've put it in, but I don't think it's right if it's not working. I feel like gunner. I mean, he's a gunner, not a cannoner. So let's remove that. Let's just look again. As a gunner, I mean, purser, helmsman, gunner's mate. He could be the gunner's mate, but he would be a bit fancy to be the gunner's mate. And who else are we guessing? We're guessing that this guy, who's the Scottish guy, I'm gonna remove because both the gunner and the gunner's mate are not from the UK, so they wouldn't sound like that. Whether or not he's Polish, it's anyone's guess. Okay, so that's the explosion that's always left there. So I've removed that he's Scottish because I mean he is, but I don't. It says he can't be found out. But Marber can, so I'm just leaving Marbers on because I believe that it's him. There's a knife left here. There we go. Right, who's this?
Oh no, you're cut.
Don't leave me.
Bear up, son. I'll stay with you.
Tell Pete's mother I tried my best
Aye,
to pull him back, to save him.
you tell her yourself. Brennan, bring the surgeon's kit.
Okay. Brennan, bring the surgeon's kit. He's not Brennan. He is... Oh, he's the first mate. And he was Scottish, correct? Oh, yeah, I know what this... Right, yeah, they appear in this many memories. Blah, blah, blah. I would like to see your... Okay, see the first mate. That's all we need to know. You... are this guy. So he's next to you and you're here. Brennan, bring the surgeon's kit. I mean, that could really be anyone. He's the guy listening. So, and we're saying that he's been knifed. He's the guy with the beanie. And he's listening out for the guy. What is Brennan? Am I missing him? Has he got a different name? Brennan. Henry Brennan. Bring the surgeon's kit. Brennan is holding a club, having just killed, or maybe just killed whoever that is. And whoever that is, or maybe them two fought. He might be the gunner. He stands behind them. You coming down the stairs. You're the one who at the end ends up killing the captain, or nearly doing so. I think that's all the information we have. Escape. In the midshipman cabin. Okay. He's in the midshipman cabin, which presumably means he's a midshipman. Oh, no, you're cut. Don't leave me. Tell Pete's mother I tried my best to pull him back to save him. You tell yourself Brendan ran the surgeon's kit. Do we have... Does that give us enough information to find out who he is? No, but we know he... You're cut. Don't leave me. Tell Pete's mother I tried my best to bring him back to save him. You're cut. They died of being... Well, we don't know, actually. We could put alive and where they are. But, yeah. I mean, expired maybe, but what they were cut in some way. I mean, I guess it's the initial way that they get the loss of life, so expired would be anything after. I don't think I can't with confidence say anything about that, to be fair, at this point. You're the guy listening. Nope.
What's all this, you damn fool?
Okay. What's all this, you dumb fool? Presumably he said this after he'd noticed that has happened. Since you're both said this is the first mate, right? He's going down to here. Having been harpooned? No, he's from a pool of blood from here. So presumably he's been clubbed. But then it says he cut. So we'd really have to go back even further, to be honest. He's already dead, and he looks like he's been shot in the face, to be honest. You're the dead. You're the guy who did it. Beanie Man killed a lot of people as well. I wonder why he was one of the last ones left then, unless both of these were sort of mutinizing. I don't think you can get anything. Well, I mean, you can. He was very clearly clubbed by whoever that guy is, who we've not named, I don't believe. 3 others were present. The killer was that guy. Who we're saying, oh, yeah, he's Henry Brennan. Because he wasn't listening. So we can give him his whole thing that he was killed by Henry Brennan. But we don't know who he is. So much went on there. This guy, who's the guy who we just found clubbed by Brennan, killed this guy. Which group was planning a mutiny though? You've already been stabbed, and we now know that you've been stabbed. So can we add that to his fate? Presumably by the guy who's currently doing the shooting. In here, no one. There's people upstairs. You're the guy who comes down, finds this scene, and kills this guy. The mutiny, I don't know where that's being planned. Nor does it look like it's important, because no one died during the planning. You are the first mate. And that's everyone present, I believe. Oh no, you're up there as well. Is that the captain? You would never know. Might say at the end. Enough captain cannot be trusted. You have a plan. Yes, we take ship and sail east. Show message fishing sails we build. Oh, who's there? Mutiny, mutiny. Right, well, wait a minute. That's the captain. The one who cannot be trusted. You two seem aligned. But there is another body. Halfway off the ship. Oh. You shot him. And you're this guy who's appeared in a lot of memories at this point. The captain was aiming at him. The old guy who ends up fighting the captain is there for some reason. The first mate and the guy who ended up going down are both there. Down here though. Ooh, the mutiny plan. You were involved in planning the mutiny. I'm a club by Brennan. You are unknown, but you were part of the mutiny. You are the guy who got stabbed by this guy. Do we know who he is? No. Do we know who this guy is? No. But what about the guy who got thrown off? 11 of us were present and clearly got shot with a gun by one of the women. Unknown who. There's yet more bodies. Presumably. Where is he? The guy. No. Can we go through these? No, I have to go around. You're coming onto this shit. But you lay dead already.
That's one. Move quick. You'll not take the last one.
Paul, look out. Paul. Given that his name is not blurred, he's clearly obviously Paul. But which Paul? Paul Moss, first mate steward. Is there a woman? Is there a woman named Moss on the ship? Paul Moss. We've got Emily Jackson, Miss Jane Bird. This is clearly Paul, though, surely. I mean, who else would it be? You said Paul, look out. I think you're married. Yep, you're married. Down here there's some people as well. You's completely unknown. You're hanging off the edge of the ship. You, if I could get you in the sights, are with the rest of the women up here. So that's Abigail. You're that person. Apparently both the women are identifiable. I don't know how. You're supposed to be particularly hard. And you're supposed to be the same amount. This is a deduction rating, yes. How hard it is how hard it is. Right. Woman. Who are you? So it's about getting these the right way around. Now, is there another Jackson on the ship at all? One of them is married. Not of a Jackson, is there another Bird? Unknown passenger, I guess. But there are no women in any other role here, is there? Maybe they didn't share names upon marriage. You're running up as the first mate, and you are Brennan. Down here. Right, we can hear now. So, he's dead. But you... Okay, well, we'll look at the overview and just try and see if we can put anything down. Paul Moss met an unknown fate. Well, we know the fate. Did he get stabbed? Can't remember. Let me have just a quick look. While we're down here, though, this guy, whose name is unknown, but we know he was knifed. You are part of planning the mutiny, and you're clubbed by Brennan. You are unknown completely. We know you were shot. Why have we not said that? Yeah, you got shot. You got shot with a gun by unknown. Enemies are a choice in this game. Who are you? You appear into your memories. Let me go back up though. I know I've a little look. I know that that's like press that and then right. He gets stabbed with a sword. So I'll change that about him in a minute. Paul Moss. Paul Moss is killed with sword by someone, a seaman probably. You have lost your arm. Are we gonna find out why?
Put me down. Let go. Easy now. You're in a bad way. Mr. Squid. Where is my Frenchman?
The squid's gone. Your mate was torn apart.
Verdammt.
Well, that's quite easy to find out who this guy is. Huh?
How? How did you kill it?
We didn't. It left with the storm. Captain came up from the hold. Said he chased it off. You should rest.
Curse like that. Does that live for nothing?
Illness or expiry? Say illness for now. On the subject of him, who is this guy. He's the guy who has a French mate, so he's probably this guy. Alfred Keisler. It is also sound Austrian. Who's by him though? The two planners. The two planners. So you, who get clubbed by Brennan, you who get shot by gun by... Is it the guy listening in? He's not here yet. Or is he this guy? He's the guy who's knifed and then goes in there. You are the captain coming up. You're the first mate who presumably leaves, follows the captain up to there. The whole mutiny on the boat happens. And then comes back down when they notice that this whole plan's happening. Because, yeah, you're the fella... You're the fella who finds out about the mutiny. He runs up and stabs. He sits down and stays there. But he ends up getting, something happened to him. Alfred Clay still met an unknown fate. For now, we'll say that he died of an illness. I feel like I should be getting a second lot of 3 soon, so maybe I could say it's expired. It was definitely not old age, so yeah, it was... Oh, is it bled? Can you say bled? No, illness. It's gonna be illness, surely. You... Shot with a gun by unknown. You do stand by all these people, but I'm assuming... First mate, second mate, third mate, fourth mate. This unknown soul... I shot with a gun. What was the thing here? Where's my Frenchman? The squid's gone, your mate was torn apart. Maybe he's not Marber. Let me go back to the start. I was pretty sure he was Marber. But I mean, he doesn't have to be Marber. Like, so I will actually re-identify him. He can apparently be identified. But we're going to change this guy to the Frenchman, who was Claysel's assistant. This guy. For now. It makes... I don't know. It makes less sense to me. This guy can be identified. He appears in the Doom Part 6. But he's also in this. I'm proper confused about what happens in this part. Like, there's so many different people who die, and apparently me identifying them as one thing, there's something else. There's no dialogue to what he does. We obviously know what happens. The Doom conclusion. But we can't find out who any of these are. But we can find out who this guy is. And I don't know where he comes from. Get to the main bit quick. Hold on. Throw the powder. Gunner's mate. I don't think he's a gunner rather than gunner's mate, because I distinctly remember him not having an Austrian or Polish accent. Who would throw the powder though? A topman maybe? Let me see that. So he's in this. That's all of the escape chapter. 4 unaccounted for. Who is this? What fate befell them? And who is this? What fate befell them? How hard are these This unknown soul met an unknown fate. He was on the ship. You're not. One of you aren't married. That was the thing about yous. But with the amount of women on the ship, it seems like one of yous is married, but your husband isn't on the ship. Because the guy who got killed, where was it? Paul Moss. That's what he was saying got shot, and that was by her. And we also, she's alive, probably, I don't know. After escape, it's the end, so we'd know where they went. According to the mutineers, this must be true, unless this is part one of escape. So come to a church on this. Wasn't he sort of bled out, like I don't know. Poison shot, speared, spiked, strangled, stuck, suicide, all yeah, he definitely out, although it was probably an illness, I guess. Okay. Next, Paul Moss gets shot. Above. Last one, move quick. Oh, you better not take. You'll not take the last boat. Paul, look out. That's a woman. Start, let them go. No. Damn. You get shot by the woman, who I could tell you who she is by the name, by the picture, but not by the name. Captain that cannot be trusted. The unknown soul was shot with a gun by an unknown attacker. This is the guy who was part of the mutiny. Can't remember who it was. I think it was him who shot him. No, it wasn't, because he's right. So he is here, finds out the mutiny. He comes up, gets shot. Brendan comes and kills this guy, which will be next, like that. Bludgeons him. This unknown soul was killed by Brennan. 3 others were present. The guy who died, and the guy who... They're all dead, I mean, spoilers for the game. This guy was knifed by an unknown attacker. This is the guy who later on... Pete's mother, I try my best to pull him back to save him. I want to look at the crew for that. Because Pete's mother must be on the ship. The question is Pete on the ship? Pete. Probably Peter. Peter Milroy. Midshipman. I don't think Peter's mother will be on the ship. But we're on about Peter Milroy. Who's a midshipman. Along with Thomas and Charles. Peter Milroy dies earlier then, presumably. He appears in 9 memories. Show memories on deck map. The flow of time, let me see then. Death, escape part 5, escape part 4. He's then seen up here, or halfway up the stairs. Similar. Before that, escape part 1. So pull him back to save him. Where am I in the... Am I inside of a memory here? I'm not. I'm gonna go back up to a guy I think might be Peter. The man we talk of. This is when Paul Moss got killed. So this is not the... It's not where we want to be. But yeah, we're looking for him. I think I'm gonna have to check the other memories that... Yo, we were talking about... I doubt he's Peter, because... Did not do anything to pull him back. Also, this is the guy I ran about, actually. So wait, what memories does he appear in? Memories on deck map. He's crawling here for 3 memories. Earlier in the Doom... Here we go, the Doom. This is Peter. Because he was pulling him with the rope. But is he a midshipman? Where does Peter appear on this? Let me leave this memory. I'm gonna go to the site of the explosion. That is you. So we're saying that that's Peter. Because look, he is trying to pull him back. That's all the information I wanted to gather from this. What full info? We don't know about who these people are. These people are. Who are we guessing at the moment? Because we obviously have a wrong one if we've got so many. Let's change him back to being the guy from here. There we go. He is him. So that was wrong. So I was right initially. So Peter Milroy was blasted by an explosion. Marber was torn apart by a terrible beast. And Henry Brennan was knifed by Captain Robert Witchell. Right, who else are we looking at now? We still think that he succumbed to a tragic illness. Now, mind you, we've got the full information here, but when we had Marber being wrong, this would have had to be right. Like, if this was right, then it would have given us a 3 at that time. So this is wrong. He died some other way, or he's someone else. He said, "Where's my Frenchman?" There's only one Frenchman on... I think he is this guy. I just don't know what he died of. I'll say unknown. And then, next, Paul Moss was killed with a sword by an unknown attacker. We don't have that because we don't know who did it. Then the attacker got killed by a gun by whichever woman. We don't even know who this is. But he planned a mutiny. This guy was killed by Brennan with the club. But again, we don't know who it is. This guy was knifed by an unknown attacker. Where's this? Oh yeah, this is the guy who said to tell Pete's mother I try my best to pull him back to save him. Then there's these people whose fates we don't know. But apparently we can figure out who this person is. First memory, here on the main deck. Martin, have you lost your mind, go bastard? I want my husband, where is he? He's below deck. Come here. Right, I'm going to continue my investigation upstairs before I go any deeper down. I just want to get some things straight. Can't go in there still. Because you're over here. You were a wedding ring, and you behind are the other person. Where else do you appear? 3 memories. Well, you know the last memory. Also appeared in this memory, which is basically the same thing. You dance with this man, but you dance with the woman. Presumably that means these two are married. You're probably the bosun. Or the bosun's mate, maybe? I'm just looking at the outfits and stuff now, because there's a lot to get from those. Like, for example, the artist is obviously not pictured. These are obviously the foremost in royalty. The king of foremost, we just need to get their names. You, though, are the married one. But we knew that. But if we don't know who she is, I would say it's Miss Jane Bird, just because sounds older. But dancing with what seems like a midshipman. Or a topman, like, there's a lot of different people there. Who are you? Paul Moss. First mate steward. The first mate is the captain, right? So Paul Moss is the steward of the captain. The first mate, so presumably, that wouldn't help anything. That still wouldn't help anything. Because the issue was not about Paul Moss, it was about any of these people sharing a name with anyone. We'll just put them both as unknown passengers for now, because we know that that's the case. Because they're both one of them people. Do we know how they died? Disappeared. You, we're saying is Martin. I would agree with that. You're the bosun who loses their arm here. What would that be? Torn apart by the beast? Maybe? I don't like that though. It's not that. It's like pulled but died after. Crushed. Clawed, clubbed, burned, axed, drowned, decapitated. You were none of these things. But I don't know what you would be, so... I'm just going to put unknown for now, just so there's an unknown factor for it, so I can go back to it. You... can't be known. I can identify the artist. I can do that. Let me go here. can't do it like that. You're Edward Spratt. Anyone else is on here? You. Right, you're Marber. Torn apart by the beast. Top man, but we don't know your outfit. You were clubbed by the captain at the end. You're the guy who ends up trying to kill him. You see the water sort of go over. You. But you plan a mutiny after this. He wears the same thing as these. So presumably that confirms he is a steward because he stands far. But this guy probably also is a steward, to be honest. He can be identified from the one memory he's in, really. He appears in this memory and this memory only. Is he this guy? No, he's not. This guy, one memory. This memory. Is this guy? No. But can he be? No. Where's he then? 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't even cancel alive. 7, 8, 9, 10. First memory is page 88. I don't even know where he is. Oh, there he is in the air. He's been grabbed. What part are we on here, though? Part 8. This is the last part of the doom. When is his fate asked about? We don't know when he disappears. Alright. I guess we'll explore some leads from further down. Because we got a lot of info there. All these canon people who we can't really name. Nothing in any of our FCs, I don't think. Let's just go and check out. Oh no, let's just check out. Make sure we get everything on the floor. You got your arm pulled off, but I don't know what the right word is for that. You two got your shots. We're not going down there yet. Ah. No. I think you've got to tap out when you die like that. Oh, he's the artist. Well, that's easy enough. Right, well, we can collect some more information. This guy, Paul Moss, supposedly. Is he taking food? Would that make him the steward, I guess? Maybe. You were the third mate. So you are the third mate steward. I believe you're one of the Chinese members of the crew. I don't know if you are, but I mean, your face definitely looks Chinese. Insane way to go. So Paul Moss. Oh, Paul Moss. It might not be Paul Moss after all. No, but he is wearing a steward's uniform, so he must be Paul, that guy. On the bow, Edward Spratt. Might not know if it. No, he didn't. He got crushed by the beast. Oh, and from here we can find the other body. How helpful. We can go back up here and see this guy.
Let me on. Over my dead body, you bloody Dane. Huh?
Dan.
How was that?
There's no cause for trouble, boys. Get in the boat.
Thought I'd forget. You killed my brother. What? That was an accident. The ropes.
It wasn't his fault. I saw the whole thing.
Lies. I shouldn't have waited so long.
No, don't.
It wasn't his fault I saw the whole thing. That would be your reactions to the information. You're the Dan. There's only one Denmark person in there, and you say shit, that would be Lars Lind. What other nationalities are there? CL Real, that might be the guy on the boat. You. You're a guy who has a brother. And presumably English. Booth Shirley Peters. So you're one of the Peters brothers. I don't know which one, but you're one of them. I could guess now. But I don't know how many other correct ones I have. You're on the ship. You look like you could be the ship's purser. But I think this is quite easy. You're one of the Peters brothers, and you... Yeah, because either way, he said you had a brother, and like, no matter if you killed him or not, it was an accident, like, whatever. No one cares. So, the Dane, which I believe is this guy here, got killed by this guy, with this guy in presence, while this guy's here as well. So, and he got clubbed, if you remember that. Been clubbed by one of the Peters. The Doom Part 1. Lars Lind was clubbed by one of the Peters brothers. Actually, I'll just guess Samuel. No, let's change it to the other guy, see if that actually finishes anything. Nathan. There you go. I mean, that was an easy enough guess to just cheat it a little bit. Lars Lind was clubbed by Nathan Peters. We also got, yeah, the artist. Roger Canderson was crushed by loose cannon. Yeah, because we got his name. But I want to go back now. We know the captain's there. We don't know who this guy is. We know that the guy is Brennan. We know that guy's Hoskett. Don't know who them two people are. We don't know how these people died. Who else have we put any full information in about anyone else? Paul Moss. No, we don't have the unknown attacker. It's not about the unknown attacker. Again, with that, we don't know, but I'm pretty sure it is that guy. And then if you go to escape, or the Doom, we know that you died. You. We know what happens to them two people, I think. This is correct and that's correct. I'd like to think you're the purser, but we have no information on you. You, we don't either. You, well, we know who you are now. You are Nathan Peters. Other people unaccounted for. Nathan Peters met an unknown fate. He disappeared in the Doom by the end. He mutinised, but presumably from the Doom we'd be able to find out where he is. Let me on. No cause for trouble. So long. So we can say about Nathan Peters is he's gone somewhere, but we have to say where. Maybe there's later on in the Doom it shows the ship setting off, but I believe no, he clearly must have died. Now that I think about it, let's go like the middle of this chapter, like here. On this same side of the ship, are them the three? Where are we? At part 7. That's the ship they were on. I'm 99% certain of it. I will quit though and just check sort of earlier, because that is part 1. Part 2. Well, I'll go to part 2. Who are you? You look on at the ship. I don't know where the ship is. Or is it over here? I'd like to not hear all this in the background. You are unknown. You are clubbed by Brennan later on. You're Lars Lind. The ship can't be seen in that one. Part 3. Yeah. Okay, upstairs isn't relevant at all in this one. Part 4. I don't think you can go upstairs in this one either. So now, it hasn't been that long. Part 5 on the gun deck is when Roger Anderson was crushed by a loose cannon. Was he Scottish? 1 minute. You were falling down the stairs, but I don't think I can pass you. Part 6. So this is the next time it's possible to see above. Okay, so you fall into the water. Are you part of the unknown fates, though? Because I can confidently say he drowned if this last time he appeared. We don't know who he is, but he'd probably drowned. Okay, we'll have to go to the next one. I think that's where we were anyway. I don't know what this USB cable's doing. Oh, wow. Why is it pulling like that? Weirdo. Right. Next one after that then is, without pressing Q and doing that, whatever I just did, is the death of Marber. So we're going to Marber's death, which is this guy. Here we can see the ship in the air, and then free falling. I'm presuming them two are the gunners now that I look at it. And then finally, it's you. I don't think they're going to appear in your chapter. I think I can get who you are. You are a topman, but you're one of the 4 topmen from China, so actually that's not very helpful. Unless you're something else, but... No, there's 4 topmen that are all from China. What I was really looking for is the falling of people. I'm just gonna put that for now. Right. My final idea of it then is that the three that were on the ship, which ended up being you, drowned by the beast. You were drowned by the beast, and you were drowned by the beast. Is that not true? Maybe you fell. We need to know who they are, though. Nathan Peters drowned by the beast. I'm gonna guess you're the guy from Sierra Leone. Oh, I can't get that. No, the purser. He might have fell. To be fair, you can put it down as that. Fell overboard, but you didn't fall, so you were drowned, I guess. And it was done by the beast. Right. Anyway, let's just move on from that. Right, more of the story. Looks like it's the Orlop.
Hit her here. One swing. Get through the skull and stone her brain. I'll cut her throat when you've done it. Here? Yeah. Come on before she kicks up. You alright there, sir?
Never been on a farm, John?
Mind your shoes now.
Never been on a farm, Charlie. Mind you, well, this is Charlie then. It's in the midshipman, I'd assume. Charles Hurtstick. You were talking Irish like, but then again, you're also just the butcher, so it's easy enough as well. Yep, and you're Irish, so that's you. There was someone being told the last rites. I don't know who you are. They're either talking to him, about him. You're also in here, preparing the bed. So are you the carpenter? Or Mawson royalty? We don't know who's who here. We can't guess. Chicken. You two. You're wearing... I don't know what you're wearing, to be honest. You are wearing the same thing, but we know that you're Peter, so... maybe that means that all three are midshipmen, so you are also midshipmen. How many midshipmen are there in the game? Not many. Presumably this is the only other English midshipman. But then again, he's not... I don't think he's a midshipman. Right, we're saying Peter Milroy was one, so what have we said about you? Where's Peter Milroy? Oh, is he not taken? Not across the map. Well, I claim this guy is Peter Milroy. Correct. I'd like to see the full thing, to be honest, but I think I'll pass off these two people as the other midshipmen because they were the same thing as him, and they all stand by. These are the three midshipmen. There are plenty more midshipmen, I'm pretty sure. We go to him, I'm guessing. Oh, I can't though. There's no one to guess who dies here because it's a cow. You can identify that as the cow of the ship. A bit ago, this right at the start, so we're still by Portugal here. On the Orlop deck. 10 of us were present. This is the thing as well, take him to the carpenters, get him wrapped and see his last fight. See him to the last fights. Yeah, that's the whole thing. We don't know how them people died though, because no one died in that. Oh, he's not been wrapped by this time. So wherever he ends up when he's dead, which is earlier than that time, to be fair. So we'd need to find something later down the line to prove the identity of the carpenter as being the guy in there.
Well, same as the other fellow. Some lung disease, not consumption. Made worse by the cold.
Will it spread?
If so, we'd all have it. They must have picked it up at the Alaska house. I checked all hands just now, and everyone is healthy.
And him? What are his chances?
I gave him some laudanum. We'll see.
You are known as a person. You are Martin. I'm saying you're the carpenter. Do we know when you died? I don't know. The deceased is unknown. We know how he died. And you, I'm going to guess, is... Well, We don't. Do you die? You disappeared. Right, well, you're definitely Henry Evans, and you're alive. Where did the thing say? No, I want the preface, mate. He's in Morocco. Morocco. Africa. Haha! So did we get right out of those? He was torn apart by a beast, technically, yeah, he was. He was drowned by the beast, so we know the other two were. We just need to know who they are. And that Henry Evans is alive in Africa. Right. So now, there's people for which we have wrong answers, and we'll remove those. So, from the Doom, we didn't get any of these people in terms of the full answer. I don't think we're guessing many people at the moment, to be fair. Escape. We were definitely going through the escape part again. We don't know the attacker, we don't know the attacker, we don't know the attacker. We don't know who he is. We don't know the attacker. We don't know who the women are. One of them was dancing with the carpenter. We said it's Winston Smith, but we couldn't be sure. Alright, let's wait for this one and then... Is that a guy? That's a monkey. Oh, I can walk through. You. Oh, now it ends. You. Well, we know the guy died, we just don't know. So this is a bit of cool part 2. So the guy obviously died earlier. Guy died of illness. More information though. This guy was crushed by the beast, presumably later on when the thingamabob, when the Kraken was in. Formosan royalty aren't important. He's this guy. I mean, if we look at the Formosan royalty, we just see 4 people's names. And there's no way to know. Like, none. I don't think they have. Let me go back again. Bunlan Lim, Itbengsia, Chiotan, and Hoxing Lao. Like, none of them have relation to each other. So, well, let me just get the timeline here. Part 1's not done. Part 3 is after. To which whoever's dead has taken to the carpenters, getting wrapped, and see to the last rites. This is moments after the death of this guy. So whatever he ends up is the carpenters. But so that guy might not be the carpenter. Russian. Sayed. This sounds closer. Drink something. Unknown. You're not Sayed. Now who is Sayed? Sayed near the bottom. Sebastian said, I would presume you are one of the other Indians. As a you, maybe. You are Sayed. Salman Sayed. And you died of an illness. So we got your whole thing now. I don't know who you are. You can also be identified. These are the Russians. So you must be Russian. What Russians are on the ship? Toporov. Volkov's a topman. Or he might not be Russian at all. But if you look here closely, you're a gunner. You were the same thing as... No, you don't. You were the striper. Who else was the striper? Whatever job he has is quite a unique one. He's just a general seaman. So he might be the Russian who's not a seaman. So I'm saying you're Volkov. You are also a Russian. Well, who's cheating? He looks like the one's cheating. The one who was cheating was speaking Russian. Neither of the others can be identified. Also, he was number 54. Ooh. Solomon Said got very ill. Also, Solomon Said is number 54 and he's in number 54. He's in number 51, so I'm going to say that he's Raju. And he's the one who died later. You're just in X. I don't know why you're in X. that's Lorem Ipsum, isn't it? Yeah, that's Lorem Ipsum. I don't know what X is. Presumably it's just anyone can go in there. 53? 51? Well, it could be 52, but we're not going to do it weird like that. 59 is here, but they aren't identifiable. Yeah, all of the people are asleep. Presumably these are the 4 Indians, right? Because Saeed's just died. He's still tired. So this guy's out of bed from his number 53. So he's Wasim. You are the other guy who's Indian. Akbar. There you go. 3 more. Which ones were right? Rajab succumbed to illness, correct. Saeed, the illness as well. And then Akbar got crushed much later on. So we know about the fate of all of these people. Except for, these are the 4 Indians. Wasim is not confirmed. Do we know where Wasim appears? No, we don't know where he ends. Also, well, we don't have the attacker's name for this guy, so yeah, actually, that's not finished yet. I think that's it for this place. Is it all of the bitter cold? 3 people die. The 3 people being Saeed dies, Rajub dies, and then there's a cow thing. I mean, realistically, more could have happened. Carpenter's room. Did anyone stay dead in here? No. Is there any proof that this is a carpenter's room? Yes, there's a lot of proof that this is the carpenter's room. Okay, well. But it didn't give us, well, to be fair, we don't know when he died. Him, he's the carpenter. Winston Smith. He's a 2-star. She's harder. Apparently, it's fine. Winston Smith, right? There's no women with Smith in her name. Knowing who she is would be so helpful. When does she appear? She only appears in that one. Right, I'm just going to continue on the main path. Everything will sort of unlock itself later on. As long as there's more bodies to look through. That is a dead guy. There's going to be some other random timeline in it. The lazarette. Secure the hold. Enemies.
Someone shoot the damn thing!
Oh. I just tabbed out completely. Who's this? An identifiable man who drowned. Presumably, he looks like the surgeon's mate. We could just say that right now, because he stands by the surgeon in the photograph. Then that could be him as well, but to be fair, like, look at them both. I'd err on the that's. He's already dead. Yeah, he's been impaled by the thing. You don't end up dying. You're the guy who is confirmed to get torn apart by the Kraken later on. Who is this? How did they die? I don't know who it is. I'm going to make a good guess that he's a steward of some form. Due to his location, the picture in here. Whose steward he is, I don't know. Whose stewards are available? Because we have confirmation that the 3rd mate steward is that guy. I mean, this could be Paul Moss. What was said, they mate for the lazarette, someone shoot the damn thing. And then this big spidery weird creature comes in. So, this unknown soul is unknown still, but was spiked by a terrible beast. You have to just make it a beast. 11 others were present. This guy we know who it is. This guy we know was shot by the cannons. It's probably the gunner, but we can't find out anyway. But next dead body, there'll probably be the surgeon down here. Not the surgeon, the butcher. He was spiked by a terrible beast. So we already have a confirmed identification of the guy who died.
I've got you.
I've got you.
Don't move. I'll get you down.
I'll get you down. This guy's Henry Evans. We know this guy's a butcher, so we can sort of just put his fate in later. We know how he dies. We also know how he dies. We don't know who this is. Considering he's with all these, he might actually be the guy who appeared on the ship. But I don't think we ever said what his fate was. We know who he is. Oh, we know who he is, but not confirmed. Don't know how he dies. And then you're the guy who gets spiked. Your blood drips from the spikes. From here. So he went around. Okay, so we got spiked. The guy that we know of got spiked. Part 6, so quite far into the thing that just happened. Yeah. He is the butcher. Whose dead body we're looking for now? Oh yeah, this one's we were. Didn't even ID this guy, I don't think. He blended in so well with the thing. But this is after it's been defeated. Let's try and get him down, he dies there. So he wasn't actually dead. Oh no, but he was. So I don't know. Or maybe it's just like you finding people who are nearly dead. What? What is going on? Was you stabbed? I don't think you were stabbed. This guy nearly did stab him, Peter. But you, Charles, are you the dead guy? I think you're the dead guy. Well, you got spiked by the thingy, my bob, didn't you? Or is that a fire? I think that might be a fire. Who are you? You're the spiked man. You were spiked at this point, to be fair. You and you. The bosun is here. There's 2 more bodies. One of him. A decapitated carpenter. So now we know how he died. He got presumably decapitated by the beast. But this guy was on fire. So we know that much. He burned to death. Next we're going to find out about the beheaded guy, I guess. I'm going to start with him because we know who he is. It's set on fire, and this is a thing. Insane. But our target man is not him. It's him. The carpenter. Got beheaded. I think he just got stabbed. Who are you? The butcher. Who is not happy about it. I mean, never would I be, to be fair. The flame. Oh, so who threw the flame? Some guys tried to throw the flame. Oh, he tried to throw the flame, and then it's attacked him and he's burned. He got knife iron on loan. You are the guy who exploded. You're aiming up here because there's another one who's being fought off by this guy who was clubbed. This guy who drowned. Considering he's a topman, I'm just gonna guess right now that he's this guy. And he was done it by the beast, we know that now. There we go. Right, who did we get right this time? We know that he was drowned by the beast. We know he's Charles, and he burned. And we know the butcher was spiked. You're Nathan, so later on, you're the guy who ends up on the ship. Never seen you yet, but you're already dead. But the guy we're on about was beheaded. If they're talking about both of them, I don't know, but at the very minimum, the carpenter. This is the moment of death for both of them, isn't it? Not. So, if you look here, They're both equally decapitated at this point. He's got the same occupation as... No, he's not, because he's a carpenter. Right, let's move on. A diamond out of the way.
What's going on? Stay back. It's already done for Nick. Hey. Come on, boss. No, get there. Hey, cat.
It's already done for Nick. We know who you are, so you're not Nick. You maybe? No, we know you are, Nathan. He was throwing an axe at it. Why you'd wield an axe, I don't know. Unless there's like a carpenter's mate. He was spiked by the beast, let's put it that way. But he's not near the carpenter. Then again, people appear multiple times in this. They died by being spiked by a beast, but insufficient clues to find out who they are. Okay, more dead though. Witnesses. The Indians. Oh, just regular. No, it's random people. You, Henry Brennan, we know who you are. Unknown, you. But it's you we're after, and you can be identified, so presumably you are just Nick. Nicholas Bottrell was spiked by a terrible beast. You're in the air as well, and you can see you. Who are you? This guy. More dead. Where is it? There it is. He must have fell. Electrocuted. It was definitely a topman. You wouldn't go up there if you weren't one. You could be identified. Why? Well, you're more than a top. You're even more than a topman. It's topmans. We've done all the midshipmans. Regular seaman. Topman. Steward passenger. Helmsman. Gunner's mate gunner. You can also be identified as a topman, probably because all the Chinese are topmans. You, though, I mean, you're also one. You're the dead. So who are you? The guy next. You're up there, and then you got a very similar picture. No, wait. You. Who are we talking about here? You. These four are the ones up here. That's someone as well. Topman Volkov, right? We can now identify the attacker on part 1. Why am I saying that? I was electrocuted. And he's a topman. For the same reason. You're the guy who got pulled apart. You're also a topman. I want to go and see who killed the captain though. It's really narrowed down to if he's English or Scottish. Well, I don't know if he has speaking. I mean, I could just go through him. He's a topman. He's either Timothy Butemans or he's Lewis Walker. None of them do anything for now, but he's a topman. There are a lot of people for which we can identify, but we can go deeper. I mean, I think I can keep track of the people who I don't know who they are, but I know what they are. Why are you still here? Bye. This should be part of the same story. No, he's a different guy. This guy died here, so he can't be the guy on the ship. It must be him. Well, it is him on the ship, but these are 2 separate people. Marva. Oh, you're the other guy, so both of you are here, and what sort of nationality could you be? The Sierra Leone for a regular seaman. What do you work? I think he's more likely to be the guy from Sierra Leone. That would leave him to be. He's definitely got work, but I don't know where from. He's like harpooned or something as well. Was it by him? I don't think it was by him. I think it was by the beast. So it would either be spiked or it'd be like impaled or stabbed. Well, that's knifed, and he was spiked by it. And that's the end of that line. That was the only guy to find on this. It looks very distinct, but he wears what this guy does, which is a regular seaman outfit. Many seamen are unaccounted for, and many of them are English, Irish, Welsh, and Scottish. They all die. Why does this come up for that? Crushed by anchor. Not by anchor, by barrels. Don't even know who you are. Formosan royalty. Secondary guard. None of which can be identified. We know that that's Saeed. And that that's one of the gunners. You are the guy who was sent to drown by the beast. We don't know who you are. Same as you. You got this guy. And more are present. Including what appears to be the captain right at the top. Who are you? Lars. Yeah, there was a crush that caused him to die. He was the same as this, so he's clearly a seaman. So this was just as he set off. An unidentified stowaway expecting free passage and eventual freedom was instead crushed inside a falling barrel. Well then why did he have a picture? I saw he had a picture. No, he's separate. So one of them was in a barrel, I think. Lower away! It's not you, but the Frenchman. The Frenchman caused this. Of course he did. So this was practically the same moment as before. I don't know if I can derive anything from that at all. At the very start of the story, that guy died. Make way coming through. All upstairs, leave to Tiller. Who's the French guy? Who's the French guy? The Frenchman is Charles Mann. It's the bosun's mate. And that's the end of that line. 2 deaths. A stowaway and the original guy. 12 others were present. What is that?
Keep pressure here.
Hold him down. What madness is this? 20 years my steward, and never a doubt on your sanity. Explain yourself.
Those ungodly beasts carry a curse! Throw them back, or doom us all!
Tie him up and put him in the lazarette with those things. He may yet find his senses.
Come on,
All's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think. Where's the rest of his leg?
The steward present here is... We know who a lot of these people are. This is the steward, I think. I think he's a steward. Or is he? He's not a steward. He's Henry Evans. Unholy captives. Well, this guy uses a gun. This guy uses a gun. You are the first mate. You are Paul. No. Are you the captain's steward? Maybe. I claim this guy is Paul. 20 years my steward. You, the artist. You, the butcher. You're getting stopped by this guy, who still can't be identified. I think we're about to find out what happens to Wasim. We can finally finish off Wasim. That's Wasim, the artist, the butcher. Likely shares a job with him. We know that he's a seaman. Who is he? I think these gunner people also are seamen. Could be any of them, to be honest. Basically all of them on the screen. All of the existing ones are there, so... You, I don't know what happened to you, but you're random. Let me just put you in for now as the Sierra Leone. Because you need to be a seaman, I'm presuming. What other job would you have? You know, he was crushed by falling cargo or something.
What's your foot in?
Hey there, what's this? Give him money and I can fry us a solid meal, boys.
Careful now. Take it slow.
What's it, gentlemen? There's a free shell here. Let's have a look.
No, get back.
Who is the one who died here? You were flopped on by a fish or something. You're a steward. Like I don't know which steward you are, but you are one. I claim that you're the captain's steward. All the three midshipmen's here, so that again claims that that's who it is. Why would you watch over it as a steward? Which steward could you be? You could be basically any of the stewards, to be fair. Second or fourth, maybe first or captains. These two are inseparable, I think. Oh no, where are you? Third mate steward, confirmed as Roger Anderson. He was like flopped on by a fish. I don't know how to say it, but was club core burned axe talent. Ian Latches. Struck by the tail of a beast. There's even more body. Right, yeah, the previous memory of people going overboard. Where's the wisp? Right. So both of these died at the same time.
What the hell is going on? What do you know about these things? About the chest and your dead friends?
这是虾米？未来全部供出来，拢是恁害啦！迄个害得较对人无够好，是啥人滚死的啊？伊 talk about a shell, very dangerous.
Shell? What shell?
He, Foremost and Guard. Who else is killed? Is it him as well? I think it is. Foremost and Guard, and this guy who appears to be whatever, somewhat, I don't know, a topman maybe? I didn't see him at the top though. He's not a steward. No, because it's Straper. No, he could be a steward. That's distinctly less of a steward uniform. Well, so you see here, 3 more dead. The woman of the Formosan royalty. The man of the Formosan royalty. And that guy in the middle of nowhere. Carpenter. There's the surgeon again. People are on the ship. I don't know who he is. There's even more. Right, I'm just gonna get this one last one then. Which will be the set of 3 over here. Oh no, just a set of one. Oh, so this will be before that as well. I found out nothing.
Ahoy! Well, back. Quickly, Captain. Ahoy! Wait! Don't shoot! I have treasure! I yield! Hold your fire!
The fire was not held. Who shot? Formosan royalty. Strictly Formosan? I know I keep saying Formosa. I mean, obviously the game calls it Formosa. You're dead. Interesting how that happens. The other guy who clubbed. Don't think we're finding more out about you. Can't ever aim it at you, can I, to make it possible. But you got shot, and you got shot by that guy. You got shot by the guy whose name we don't know, but who we know who it is. Probably because he died on it. Yeah, that's why he got shot. And she's dead on this one. And the calling, Cops means postmaster. They got shot with a gun by. Well, I would love to say by the Formosan main person, but I don't know which one that is. There is more dead to find, but I mean, where are we in this game? Is there a way to walk out? No, the door's not open. There's like 3 more people dead. Fine. I'll just see what these have done, and then call it quits for the day. Miss Lim. The woman's called Lim. Right, we have the first name. Lim. You? Still know who you are. And Lim was probably already dead. He burned. I think. He burned. And whoever this is got shot, actually, yeah. What? How is that a symptom? How can that have been caused by anything? You died somewhere at some point as well. So did you. There's actually quite a few people. What happened to you though? Spiked, maybe? It looks like spiked. You've got like holes on them. I don't know if it. I want to say that she was spiked, but I don't know.
You still breathing? Can you roll? Nichols, sir, shoot them for God's sake!
Oh, this is what happened to her. Scratched. Clawed. There we go. Well done. 3 more votes correct. Who were they? Bunlan Lim was clawed by the terrible beast. Wasim was crushed by falling cargo. And Nicholas Botterill was striked by a terrible beast. Nice. Is there any correct? I want to check for correct now, because they're all going to be wrong if they are. Because, of course, if they're there and they didn't already go through, then they didn't count before I just put that one in. So, nothing in the calling. Actually, no, stuff in the calling. We don't know the unknown souls and the telling attacker. Not about these, not about these. Don't know. Right. This is wrong in some way. So I'm going to say unknown. I'll put back that he's a carpenter, because I think he is. Who are you? Did you just fall in? Looks like you drowned. First mate, third mate. Minute. First mate, third mate. Unproven that he is. I'd probably say he's the second mate. Nichols. Just so, because I can go over here and say that this guy is the second mate's assistant. I doubt he's the fourth mate. But that's all I'm saying for now. There's this guy. Bang the chest.
Open there! I see it! Give us a weapon! Shoot it! Mike and I! Pick up the oars and row, you fools!
Your name? Is it Bengsia? You are the gunner's assistant, I believe. I want to say. Look at that thing. I'm claiming that he's the second night, but I really don't know. Does he have a known fate? He does. Does he have a known fate? No. So changing him to the fourth mate wouldn't do much. By way of getting it all done. But though, to be fair, I'm pretty sure that that's true. Yeah, I'm losing like the aptitude. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to come back to this for a second time. I'm just going through this because I don't know how it saves. This guy died from being spiked by a beast. I don't know how many more people die on this.
Keep course due east. You'll reach the Canaries in 3 days. You packed enough stores?
Aye, sir. Checked and loaded them myself.
Good. Stay quiet and alert.
Aye, sir.
Picks up we've no chance against the Obra Dinn.
休假！你玩抓不？
我冇问题，但是伊来想啊，绝对袂当互伊落去水底。
那是遐个怪物出现，你绝对卖起来！
Aye, shut it up. They say strange things about monsters.
I shut it up. Who said that? Probably you. Right, I think we've got them right then, because he's Irish. And the fourth mate shoot isn't Irish. I don't know, but you got spiked by an enemy again. The Calling. Part 1. That's all I can tell you. The 2 missing people went to the Canary Islands. That's what I'm saying. Let's just, I don't know, let's see. I don't know who they are, to be fair. That we'll finish off today because I'm getting tired. I've got my head back together and I've been on this game for about 10 minutes before the start of this second bit. So this will probably be a cut because I'm going to probably do the whole playthrough of Obra Dinn on the channel. Just put it up, edit it down a little bit. Which, I don't know how I missed this, right? And that's a very good word for it. Is on here the woman with the ring and the other woman, and I couldn't figure out who was who. She's Miss Jane Bird and she's Emily Jackson. She's married. She's got a ring. I kept mentioning it. She's Miss. She's not married. I don't know how I never got that. Both of them met an unknown fate. We're gonna go to the last chapter of Escape and work back to see when we can last see them. I don't need to hear what you're saying. I just need to see the visuals. Can't go up on this one. Alright. That's Brennan. We know that's Brennan now, don't we? And we know that he's the first mate, and we don't know who he was knifed by. Is that true? He perished in Escape Part 6. This is when he died. He got knifed earlier though. And it wasn't by Brennan. I think it was by this guy. Let me go into his. I'll have to go to an earlier bit, I think. I don't want to carry on with the attack by the other beast, not the Doom, but by the other beast, because it doesn't really do much for me, does it? We don't know who he is, but we can find out. 11 memories. He appears in a lot of memories. He is like one of the primary mates of the ship. His corpse was moved, but he died on the ship. I have best guesses that this man is the second mate, who was shot with a gun by an unknown attacker. This guy was hit by Brennan after he had been killed. I think he came from down there. Or was he the guy in here? He might have been the guy in here. He's the guy, I believe, who killed Brennan. Not Brennan. The guy who I believe killed. He's the guy who I believe killed. No, it's Brennan. No, it's not Brennan. It's the guy who died in it. But we're not looking at that anyway for now. We'll look. I want to go further back. So part 4 is nothing. Part 3 is when there's last scene. So part 4 is this. Let me just check from this. Can we get up? We can actually. So what's going on here? Who is this? He's Volkov, or who we believe to be Volkov. It looks like they did mutiny, but that's part 4. Part 4 is part 5 is after that. Oh no, is this the same one? It is. Yeah, you can't get past him in this one. Right, well, I'm making a reasonable assumption then about the 2 women who disappeared in this chapter, which is that they are alive. But where did this chapter take place? Where was that? This one. Escape. Reasonably, they could have gone to the Azores and Madeira. Considering the ship started to turn, and they were on this side of the ship, I'm going to say that they were at the Azores. That's a very... well, that's all I can say. Let's say you're alive in the Azores as well. And then what about you? We don't know who you are. But you're alive in Africa. So wait, did all the rest of them go to Africa as well? How did he leave this chapter? No, that he was talking about... Right, so this is the story of escape. You died during the escape, but sustained the injury during the doom. Got you torn apart by a beast. You was then killed by what I believe to be Leonid Volkov. You were killed by an unknown attacker who we now know is Emily Jackson. There we go. So I correctly said that this guy is Volkov and was killed by Emily. Back here, this is Igbenseer and he burned, yeah. And then Paul Moss is that man. That'll help with the steward. This is such a satisfying game when you get it right. Because it's just I'm trying to play it not cheating. The only cheating I did was that one time when I guessed which brother it was. Because I knew I'd got the other ones right. But to be honest, like, it did say you need to guess sometimes. This guy met an unknown fate. I don't think it's very hard. I don't think this guy's very unknown. We know he's alive in the Azores, presumably. But at the same time, we know these 2 aren't alive in the Azores because it was only the moment that I gave the right information about Leonid that it did that cascading. And I believe, obviously, if I would have done this for these 2, it would have done it the moment I got it right for her. So she's not alive in the Azores. I believe she's alive, but I don't know how we would find out where she is. First memory is memory 88, which is the death of Abigail. Let's go and just check that real quick. You aren't married. You're Paul. So you're Paul. And we know how he died. He was killed by Volkov. You're Miss Jane Bird, who I'm claiming is alive in the Azores, but again, is not. I know that this is... I'm confirmed that this is Emily Jackson now. Because she was definitely the person who shot him. I believe he isn't the captain's steward anymore. Oh, no, actually, for now we'll keep it that he is, but I don't think he's wearing a steward uniform. I want to know about the guy he died with. The guy they... Not the guy he died with, the guy they died with. The guy they left with. Let me go and see who that was again. She's still on the boat. We still don't know who you are. You're one of the top men. One of the British top men. You're the captain. First known person. It seems like you get back on the boat, but we're saying he's alive in the Azores. Is this the last memory of this location? We can go up again during one of these two 2 fights. Otherwise on the boat is him, Henry Evans, we know he is alive. So we could just say that she's alive in the same place because he's gone there. So why would she be able to leave? Same for you. That's what we'll say for now. But we'd need one more correct fate. I want to see if he stays on the boat though. Right, after these have been lowered, you, the first mate, you, Henry Brennan, you who is over here, the captain is here, like, what's going on? He did also disappear. Do we know the entity of this man's attacker? We'll have to go to the death of, I believe... No, it'll be up here. But the events of this basic bit is that he's waiting here for mutiny. He dies while the mutiny is being planned. He notices being Brennan. No, not Brennan. Being the guy who dies in there, who we don't know who is. The mutineers then come out being first this guy who gets shot. This guy comes in from there then and gets clubbed by Brennan. The original guy who got shot was the guy who is in here looking in. The 2 mutineers, the guy stood here, says mutiny, starts running. He gets stabbed by the first one, who is him. So he's the killer of the guy in there. We have insufficient information to find out who he is. He, though, we don't know who he is, but we do. Where is he on the ship? He's over here. I'm just going to say, to be honest, at this point, he's probably Christian Wolf the Gunner. Or unknown officer, because he's an officer. Clearly an officer. But these are the officers as well. Can I get, like, I want to get the... These are the main officers. But he might, to be fair, whoever this is could also be the gunner, because he looks like he's giving the order. Insufficient information for him though. So I'm not going to say that's the gunner at the moment. We know this is Leonard Paul Glaister. So we got the first people, Glaister, Moss and Volkov die. He's unknown, he can be found out. We don't know who killed him, because it was this guy. Oh no, you're cut. Don't leave me. Bear up, Sante. Tell Pete's mother which I'm at. We found out how Pete was there. Brennan the surgeon's kit. This is Brennan, the killer. This is what's up, this is damn fool. To the guy who got killed. Enough captain cannot be trusted. The dead. Can't use to take ship until least. Trade wretched fish and shells for gold. Her, who's there? So they were evacuating at the time. They wanted to sail east. So that would be Africa. Perhaps maybe Spain. Since they're saying shells and gold, probably Africa. That's why you can say that that is where they are. But I think that's as much as we can really think of in terms of Africa. We know who this is, but apparently it's not right, or at least it's not right yet. This unknown soul is... Does this man leave the ship? Part 3 comes down here. Who are we looking at here? The fella who dies here is crawling along the floor in these 2 escape sequences. Why is he up here? Because I thought he stayed down here, so who was the guy waiting outside the door? That's Paul Moss. This is the guy who I'm saying is alive. That's Brennan. We're saying that this guy's Thomas Lank. You seem like an officer, but you wear a different thing. You are an officer who also... Well, I'm saying you're an officer because he looks like a steward. You see, what is that? Collar? A similar colour to these. What could that make you? Maybe the bosun's mate? He didn't sound French. When does he die? Here. The clubbing. Oh, so the map doesn't show where the person was, it shows where the corpse was. Is he the last one to die in the chapter? So when he says, Brennan, bring the surgeon's kit, we can be sure the surgeon is... Well, surgeon is Henry Evans, but he's leaving at this time. We're saying you're an unknown officer and you're just a regular seaman, we know that. That would also mean that these people are certainly also unknown seamen. Why would they be doing the same job? Why would they be doing the same job? And then you all wear the same thing, though you actually do wear something different. You all actually do, actually, now that I look at it. Perhaps that's not a good line of question. We know that this is Bensia. This is Bun London. We do not have sufficient information to find out which one of the two are the guards. No, it'd be useful. But we've sort of exhausted this a little bit. So maybe we'll do a bit of the Solomon Sayed. We'll go back to Solomon Sayed. So what we're looking for here is 22 others were present. We're looking for this man. He's bald and looking downish. Many were present. We know who all the 4 Indians are now. Confirmed. Yeah, Wasim, Rajab, Akbar and Sayed. The rest of them have the faces covered, but have numbers. 56, 55 through 58 on the crew manifest. 55 through 58. So that was Diom, Brennan, Booth and O'Hagan. 59 and 60. Who have you got here? 39, 40, 41, 38, 59, 36. Oh. No, not 57. 37. These 3 are out of their hammocks and playing a game, and they're all Russian. He is a Russian seaman, one of the Romanian ones. So that would either be Nikishin or Toporov, and you are one of the others. You disappeared in the calling, which is the boat chapter, so you were out on the boats with them. You also disappeared in the calling. Okay, put in that they're both seamen, so you're a seaman. You appear in a different part of the picture though. You're up here, friends with Volkov. Is there any dialogue that would promote you to a name? Let me just get back into this part of the... A bit of cool part on this right at the start. Stop your cheating, worry about yourself. And then the Sayed. So, we know him. He is Volkov. Who is cheating? Can we actually glean who is cheating? We can see the hands. A lot of people here. Ooh, ooh! Crew number 37 has a tattoo like that. Who's crew number 37? Butemont. We may be able to confirm that Butemont was the one cannoned later on in the story. Or, better yet, see who died when one of the top men died. These 2 deaths. Let me have a listen.
What the hell is going on? What do you know about these things? About the chest and your dead friends?
这是虾米？我以来全部讲出来，拢是恁害啦！迄个害得较对人无过好，是啥人阮死的啦！He talk about a shell. Very dangerous.
Shell? What shell?
Are you the Indians? Not all of you. We know that you're Sayed. No, you're Akbar actually. Then you. 2 of them knew English. No, what? 2 of them spoke Chinese. 1 of them knew English. You talk about a shell. I mean, so we can confirm basically that anyone, that this man is, if ever talked about, the one who's electrocuted, is a top man who's Chinese, of which there are 4, but also can speak English. Where this one doesn't, I don't think. He's most of the Taiwanese. So if you think about it like that, that is some information. But we couldn't find the guy with the deads. Part 2 is a death on the gun deck at the bottom of the first set of stairs. So that's the ones over here. Must be him. Shell. The shell seems to be the cause of the problem. So what was this? He's the 3rd mate steward, we know that. You're over here, presumably also a steward, considering you were the same thing as him. So we'll put him as a steward. You begin to run, but we know that, we think that you're Philip Bell, the captain steward. He runs away from the midshipmen, all 3 of them. We know who you are. Okay. Let's try next. This is the death of Wasim, who dies from falling cargo on the orlop deck. Right, Because the guy at the top of the stairs, him, is already dead. Everyone else falls, which kills Wasim. He is there. He is there. But there are more downstairs. Henry Everett, no, the artist, was running. You watch on. Who we're assuming is a seaman, but now I actually don't know. I just thought I'd guess for Sierra Leone because of that. I couldn't tell you American accent from this time. For now we'll keep him on that because I don't know who else it could be. Well, you're next to him on the photograph. But you've been wrong this entire time. And then part 4, the end of this. So we're going through the whole chapter here.
All's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think. Where's the rest of his leg?
The man getting dragged away is Swedish. Does that line up with what we said? It does. I am 100% sure this is who we're on about here. That is the captain. 20 years my steward and not a doubting my senator. Perhaps he became the second mate. He's definitely Swedish. There's no other Swedish or even remotely similar. He definitely spoke Swedish. He said "Era dårar." That with the Swedish. But it's just said the most like amazing thing in Swedish. Let me see what I just said in Swedish. Like I said, "Era dårar." 20 years my steward, never done this. Explain yourself. Those ungodly beasts carry a curse, throw them back or doom us all. He may yet find his sense. Is this the last time that this man appears? Not him. When does he last appear? In The Calling, in Unholy Captive Part 2, and then in the current one. He's the right. Philip Dahl is put down as the captain's steward. Captain himself is dead. Like we know who he is and everything. But the first mate who stands here saying he's my steward is confusing me. Considering he's also Scottish. Oh wait, this is the captain. So this is the captain's steward. You're Claystool, who's the bosun. You're none. Right, you're the guy who wrote the book. You're the guy who I think is the captain. You're the guy who eventually gets spiked. You. He loses a leg. Let me go back to the previous one. So we know your fate. You fell downstairs. I'm gonna go back to the cow scene. We now know that you're Milroy. You're Lank, maybe. But considering that all 3 of you are together, I doubt that you aren't Lank. But we don't know who killed you. When are you killed? Who kills you? You are the one who was stabbed at the end of the chapter. We don't know who kills you because he's the fella. Not much I can glean off that. I will have a look at not the current one I'm on, so that would be... Is it the Calling? No, the Calling's in the boat. Murder, we didn't know about the murder. Loose cargo. You would be the last, I think, process of elimination guy. I want to see about Rejub. How sure am I that he's the 3rd mate? Actually, I'm quite sure because he got called Martin by the way. Right. Everyone who died in the Bitter Cold, we got the Bitter Cold, and there's no disappearances beyond the Bitter Cold, so I'm just using it for clues at this point. To me, he sounds Scandinavian. Wait, no, down below. We know that this is the other Russian, and then the 3rd Russian is not him. This is the brother. These 2 talk with each other. You know, this is the brother. How did I not get this? This is definitely the brother. This is... Who was the guy whose brother died? He's definitely the brother. I make that he's the brother. Peters, so he's the other Peters. Samuel. He was crushed by cargo. He's the... Because the Scandinavian guy was above and he was like, you killed my brother. Yeah. And these two did escape to Africa. See, the moment you find another line of questioning, you're going to find out who someone is. We're saying you drowned due to the beast, but who are you? Also, we've just freshly got like 3 confirmations, which means we can rule out some now. Who we claim. Who we have no knowledge of. So who have we said full things about? You're wrong. You're probably not the surgeon's mate. You're not an officer. It's unknown completely. But I do believe you were drowned. I don't think I would put in the wrong fate. Who else have I put in that isn't right at the moment? You aren't Hamadou Dion. You were definitely spiked by a terrible beast. But you can't be Dion. Because if you were Dion... I don't know, it won't make any sense, would it? Perhaps you're Marcus Gibbs. The carpenter's often present around this scene. I'm going to say that he's Marcus Gibbs. I'll just say he's nothing. But given, I don't know, I feel like perhaps I'm reading too much into race here, because like Sierra Leone very easily could, you know, but then like Formosa, not really China, you can't really, England perhaps, France perhaps, all these places perhaps, America a lot more likely, but I don't know how that read past. Could also be Italy, could be India, to be honest. So I'm just going to put Unknown Soul for now. And move off of that. That locked in. We know who you are, Solomon. We don't know who you are. We think you're Russian though, don't we? But we don't know which one. But apparently we can find him. See, where is the body here? Like, is he this? Like, what is this? Oh no, this is a different thing. Yeah, we're not looking into this right now. Right, let's get back into the thick of like random deaths that we found around the place. And just try and spot consistencies. Because we've been going deeply into who people are. Let's just go with this guy. We know who how that guy is and how he died. You, we know who you are, Peter. Thomas. Again, we're in the same thing as... You Clay still die later. You two work together, so are you the bosun's mate? You work together and are nearby on the picture. And we know who the guy in the middle is. No, you're looking down. No, you are. You were claiming it's the bosun's mate. The first mate Stuart's been confirmed. The third mate Stuart's been confirmed. And we're saying that this is a second mate Stuart, so presumably this guy is Davy James. Just for now. What I want to see about this is what happened to both of these people. Both were decapitated. So now we can just return to your death from here. You terrible beast. One of the three that I've put in recently are wrong. You get sent back here, but apparently get a knife later on, so it didn't matter. What other deaths happened down here? Any more spikings? Okay. There was a spiking that happened around the edge. Let me get into it from here. It happened like here, but you can't see it now. Do we know who this is? This is the man who I'm claiming is the fourth mate steward. Why he would be down here on his own? It sounded like he said shoot the damn thing. And he did sound English. And of all of the stewards, I think he's the only English one left to use. Not Wasim, sorry. Wasim, obviously, one of the guys who disappeared. This fella. Oh no, we know who he is anyway. Whom he'd go. Right then, sure. Soldiers with a C. So we've gone in order here of the two. Yeah, so we'll go further back in time. On the gun deck, the man who was spiked on the gun deck. So let's go to the gun deck. We've not been doing much gun deck action so far today. But where was it again? Against a wall by the way down. It's here, wasn't it? Yeah. He's definitely American. He's Marcus Gibbs. Because we know who you are. And you were definitely American. So you're Marcus Gibbs. There are no other Americans on the ship. Well, he could be the primary carpenter, but I doubt it. And also, where's the primary carpenter on this? I'll remember where he's the carpenter. He's not proven to be the carpenter, but yeah. An unknown steward. He looks sort of Asian. Is it proof that he's a steward? Could be a mate. More unlikely. He's definitely got some sort of job though. If we're claiming that he's an officer. If he's not a steward like these, then he's definitely the mate of someone or second in command to someone. Because I doubt he's one of these Chinese topmen. But no, I know he's not one of them. And none of these suit him. But he's certainly like steward. Perhaps he's Indian. I don't want to put that in though yet. I don't trust myself to go with it and get something wrong. I can't be more sure that this guy's the carpenter's mate with that. He spoke in a perfect American accent. And he's definitely not a seaman from what I can see now. You are. So that's the sort of thing they were. They were sort of playing. Who are you? You're the officer for which he's the steward. He wields a sword, but he stands far back by the area in which one cooks. The cook doesn't have a sous chef. I doubt that he is the man who cooks. I love this game. I'm loving this game. Like, I think this is the perfect amount of like for a puzzle game. Like, just I don't think there's a better deduction game. There is more up here actually as well. Yeah, you already lit it dead, but we know you're botchel. You could go back to when you die, which will be the previous chapter, part 2. But we see he gets stabbed. You're already in the air. You fell. And the other one who got electrocuted. Completely unknown. Unknown fate. Died in the Doom Part 4. Oh, well, we know that then. Blasted with a cannon by a terrible beast. You are also unknown. I don't know what you are. You're definitely probable. I would give you the title of a seaman. That's all I can say about you. Why you not 8 though? Eaten by... Yeah, there's cannibalism in the game. I don't know. Right. Next is the Doom. So I think we'll go back to the calling. See who we can discern from that. But I think that was mainly to identify the foremost and royalty. But considering we have some direct answers about some of those people now that appear in the calling, we might actually have some better ideas. About 4. What did we say of her? We know she was clawed, but that was the moment of death. You're the second mate who was saying is now dead. You're not dead though yet. Why? When do you die? The calling part 6. You die at the end of the calling. Pick up the oars and row your fuels. You. Didn't sound very Russian. And you're someone who I claim is Russian, aren't you? Because you're... What is it? Is it this? A Bitter Cool Part 1, the death of... Yeah, and you're over here at that time, I believe. Wait a minute. Pick up the oars and row, you fools. He's the one doing it. Or it might have been him. Definitely Samuel Gilligan. Do we know when he was found? Calling Part 3. How do we return to Calling Part 3? Let's just go to the last death, which is you. But what is that act? Oh, he was stabbed. He was knifed, and he was knifed by not Martin Parrott. He was knifed by the Formosan man. Can't remember which one. Formosan man. It Beng Xia? What was it Beng Xia? Let me see. Yeah, it Beng Xia was the one who knifed him. Oh, Hagen is on the ship there. Oh, Hagen. You're hurt. Can you still row? He's just dead. I think he might have been trying to row. But he's Russian. Him? Or can we give that to him? I don't think he is O'Hagan. I'm more likely that he is. You're also here, but Nichols is... He was definitely knifed though. I think. You're definitely the steward. You could be on O'Hagan as well. No, you're Russian. So he's O'Hagan. You're Russian. You're unknown. I don't know why I've not got something right yet. Am I missing something? What chapters have we not really looked at? Escape, we've gone through. The end of Soldier of the Sea, we've just looked through. Unholy Captives. Which one was Unholy Captive? So that's when I want to do the Doom again. It is only part 3 though, so if there's an earlier death, it would be helpful actually. Why do we not have Martin Perrotin? We don't know when he dies. He appears near the start, but well, no, he. Why can't we find out where he is? He last appears. No, wait, let's just he goes from Unholy Captain, you can see him already. Then later on, the Doom, part 7 and 8. So he's seen to part 5, skip 6, 7 and 8. So we're gonna do later on in the Doom. So we're doing explosion, stuff like that. Obviously part 8's when the captain's wife dies. So here we go, some more. Pretty soon, the Marber death. Place so awesome. You are unknown, so 3 fall from the boat. We knew that these people drowned. He dies in the explosion. You know the officer gets clubbed. But I wanted to track the movement of... Was it Martin Perrott? Yeah. What part are we on here? 7. He appears in this. So why is he not listed as his appearance? If the Doom Part 8 is the last part of the Doom. Right, and then Hoskett, first mate, was killed by the captain. Brennan, seaman, was naked by the captain. We don't know who this is. The problem is we've not found out about any of the others. So there's English, Chinese. To be fair, actually, I don't think he ever speaks. I mean, we could guess. Maybe not. Maybe Scottish. He's not Chinese. No words were spoken either. Where else does he appear? Maybe he's on deck map. So this is the end. So he does that. I don't think he speaks because he's trying to sneak around. He appears on the Doom. I don't think he speaks because there's a big battle going on. He appears in Escape. Again, he's trying to sneak around here. Let's try Escape Part 4. Where is our main man? Here. He's Russian. Okay, let's keep finding out where he is then. The Doom. He appears in Soldiers of the Sea Part 1, where the body is found of the top man who's electrocuted. I feel he won't talk here either. Him. He doesn't speak. But we know an Englishman was present, actually. He's Chinese. I think he's Chinese. Let me look at him. He's Russian, we know that. He didn't speak. I don't think. He's Chinese. So... And this... Let me replay that. Let me replay it. I want to hear the accent again. Work fast, the winter's alive. That was him not talking. No good information from that. Although we are in part 1 of Soldiers of the Sea. I'm gonna go to the Spiked by the Beast. Whoever was climbing there, 1 minute, is there a missing for this? There isn't a missing. Oh no, that's him. He was climbing. He's bottoming. He's dropping now. I want to say. I know that it was wrong about the other guy, but do we know who he is? Where is he? That isn't confirmed yet. We've been through like most everything. And there's less information. The Doom, maybe? Have we gone through the Doom? Like the entire Doom. Started with Lars being clubbed. He's definitely the one who said no, don't. And I'm claiming he is Sierra Leone. He's not. Because he, honestly, he's the purser. He's got all the documents. He's the purser. You are not the Sierra Leone man. I think. Maybe you're the cook. Perhaps. We don't see much of the cook. There's many people guessing who they are. Italy? He's not a passenger. He definitely has a job. I don't know. He's not Russian. We know who the two Russian people are, we just don't know who's who in that situation. It could be, I don't know. Oh, there we go. Who's Alexander Booth? Where did we get that from? I mean, he had an English accent. You? You're the second mate steward. And you were drowned? Right, so we know he's not the guy from Sierra Leone. If you go down here, though, maybe that means he, like, right. At the end of the day, who here is going to be from Sierra Leone but him? Like, him, perhaps? We could say he is. Both of these are pictured in by the car. You're pictured in front of the carpenter. You also, but he wears the most similar clothing to the carpenter. But it's pictured near the bosun. He's wrong as well, so yeah. We can now like, okay. I've not been looking at it like this here, but I should be, because I'm like when I give Winston Smith, carpenter, was decapitated by a terrible beast. He wasn't. But this man was decapitated by a terrible beast. So this man isn't the carpenter. He's not the carpenter. You might be the carpenter, because you definitely had an American accent. Perhaps you're the carpenter's mate, but we have no proof you're American. I keep getting the controls mixed up. Anyone else we've claimed? Winston, yeah, well, yeah. We've done that. So, shot by gun, eaten by the beast. That is what happened to this person. But I don't think you must not be Davy James then. The fourth mate steward. Because I'm going off the picture. There are other stewards. Like, there is the ship's steward. That you could equally be, I believe. We're not going off accents, so unknown. You'd have to be a mate of someone. You were claiming is the purser. That's true now, we know that. What happened with his present location of the corpse? That was a 3 as well. Oh, well, no, he's not known yet. But he's unknown, because he's unknown. Let's go back to the start then, go through the crew again. So, again, we claim this guy is Winston Smith. I don't know if that's the truth. Knife by unknown, torn apart, spiked down, illness, nice, spiked. Spiked by beast? Okay, so you're not Patrick O'Hagan. So the other guy on that thing must be Patrick O'Hagan. Because he isn't, and he was definitely spiked by a terrible beast. So, let's go to that. I have it, hold on, the corpse of moved past. Yeah, wait, no, we're on about O'Hagan. This guy. We don't know who the other guy is. Do we know he's the second mate now? We don't know who killed him. Because we don't know who the guy is. We could guess, but we also don't know how he died. A lot of stuff might have happened in this bargain chapter that makes it difficult to find out who these people are. This unknown soul met an unknown fate. However, he did die in the Unholy Captors Part 1. Here. Clearly he was spiked by a terrible beast. I'm just going to put him in as the guy from Sierra Leone. for now. Because he's our next candidate, to be honest. What part is this? This is Unholy Captives. Part 1. Part 2, I think, can only be accessed on top. Well, let me check. No.
Give him tea and I can fry us a solid meal, boys.
No, take it slow.
What's it, gentlemen? It's a freak.
First map. Third map. We know that... We don't know about second.
Get back.
I'm not throwing out evidence for no reason, though. You are the surgeon's mate. You're O'Hagan. And you are the serial owner. We can finally abandon the serial on line of questioning. 3 more confirmed. This is getting easier as it goes on now. As there's less people to narrow it down. You're the surgeon. You're the surgeon's mate, because you're with the surgeon. You're Henry Brennan, who's a seaman, so presumably the rest of these are seamen. Including you. And it's been true so far, as that's how I found O'Hagan. You're bosun. You could be the bosun's mate, but I doubt they would do that, where they have the mate of the 2 people. You're the gunner, but apparently we can't find that out yet. But who else here is going to be the gunner? Maybe you and the gunner's mate? Austria and Poland. I mean, I don't know when he appears. When does this guy appear? And does he sound Austrian? Escape Part 5. So we'll go Escape Part 4, because he appears in that. I would say, considering your clothing, you're the ship's steward. You're the 3rd mate steward. You're another steward. 4th mate steward. I say that only because there are no stewards left. There's a captain steward, but we know that that's the captain steward. We have the full information on you. One of you is not confirmed. So we can... No, we don't. You're not fully confirmed, actually. That's the information I'm going to put in for now on them people. You're the captain steward running away. I know he's the captain steward. There's no way he's not. You're the mutinying man. We know who Brennan is. Let's go back to him. His there. You're not the dead officer, are you? You die next. And I believe it was Clay still talking. But let me go to the moment of his death. Because I want to know how much... Because that was before the mutiny. Yeah, he dies. He's dead by the time this happens. Easy now, you're in a bad way, he says. The squid's gone. Your mate was torn apart. He didn't stop. Captain came from the hold. He said he chased off. You should rest. So my initial idea of who this guy is was that he's Austrian. Because I believe the guy on the left probably either be the gunner or the gunner's mate. He's not. He's an officer. He's definitely one of the more major roles of the ship. Perhaps the 4th mate. Perhaps... He's not French. Cook? Or maybe the helmsman. He's not any of these people. He's not a steward. He definitely has a job. We are pretty sure that we just don't know what happens. You, Thomas Lank, you were knifed by this man, but now is when you start listening to the mutiny. Part 2. Let's just go to when Volkov kills the last guy. Now he's gone over here and he's listening. Who said let them go? We know who this guy is. And whoever said let them go wasn't on the ship, so we know it's probably them. We know who all the 3 people are. There's something really cool about the way this game unravels. That I can't get bored even when I feel like I'm stuck. Right. What confirm things have we put in? We're saying that he's alive. At the moment, we're saying that he's alive. We're saying that he was spiked by a terrible beast, and that he was clubbed by Henry Brennan. One of these is wrong. One of these 4 is wrong. Let's go back sort of early in the timeline. I want to look at a time when all the topmen were alive. Actually, no. I seem to remember it was number 37. Timothy Buteman, Scotland. He's a topman. So perhaps looking at the Doom would be a good idea. The explosion I've not looked at recently. Not very helpful. I think that's just mainly to find out the name of the guy who died in this specific one. I doubt he's a topman. He looks more like he's the cook, the surgeon, the purser. The midshipmen are all stood here. He's definitely the other midshipman. Based on just the placement of people, it's helpful. Down here it's a bit more confusing. Perhaps he's the bosun and the bosun's mate, but why would this be stood apart? He the helmsman and there is no helmsman's mate, I don't believe. That's not what I'm trying to get here. There's also an Italian passenger, Nunzio Pasqua. But if you see the passengers, perhaps he is that. Perhaps he is. But these people are definitely wearing specific things. Maybe he's the passenger. We know the identity of Botterill, Marber, Gull. Not him. We can find out that of him. Almost some royalty is present here. He's sort of denying this guy as well, whoever this is. It would make sense for him to be the chef. What exactly he did, I don't know. What part of the Doom are we in here? Part 8. He is listed as a disappearance. Perhaps we can see where else he appears to prove that. No. It's literally only in this. It was live expert called club, crushed, decapitated, drowned, eaten, electrocuted, expired, exploded, fell, froze, illness, killed, knifed, poisoned, shot, speared, spiked, strangled, struck. I'm going to just say torn apart by beast. I think that's basically what we're after here. We know who these 3 people are. This unknown topman will continue to confuse me. You're with the bosun twice. I don't know what a bosun is. I can't remember. He's not French, surely not. Then again, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. There's the chapter known as Murder missing as well, which might really help at this point. This is the death of the barrel. This is the guy who I said is eaten. I doubt he's a carpenter is the thing here, but I mean, where's he been found here? This is not where he goes. What was this one? He last appeared in the Doom Part 8. I want to say, I might as well put in what my best guess is for a lot of these people. This might throw it apart though, that's the problem I was feeling throughout this, is there any point? I don't think there's many clues on who that topman is at the moment. Let's just go back in the calling, since there is one of them identified now. Like, where is the fate of him? Oh, we know how he died then. He got spiked by a terrible beast. And then... we don't know who it was. But he was spiked. Makes me think he died in like murder or something. This is the death of Patrick O'Hagan. In front of an unknown seaman. No, behind an unknown seaman. He's the one who said pick up the oars and row, you fools. Wait, based on the thing we can see who said that. The man who died spoke in an accent like that. He's up here though. But he spoke with an accent that leads me to believe he's Italian or something. Austrian or Polish? Polish, maybe. From his mate? Maybe? But this is not make. No, but he was electrocuted. Why would he be up here? He's not a topman. Like that does not sound like an English accent. We could put a name to him if we wanted. We have enough apparently to find out which one he is. He's one of the Russian seamen, so we just put him on Nikishin. Or we could put him on top of. Where's Cloud? What does this do? This corner? Fit validate. What is that? Right, let's look back at the crew log, because okay, eaten by a beast. We're saying a lot of things about what's happened with the beast. You're talking about. You're clubbed by Brennan. You're alive in the Azores. Like we're making a lot of assumptions about the people. One of the Russians got clawed by a terrible beast. I don't know who's John Naples is. Him. It could be any of these people. The calling's not giving us any more answers. Let's return to 47. Who's 47 on the ship? You're Toporov. No, you're Volkov. So one of these two people is Toporov. But the other one may not necessarily... 45 actually. And 46. One moment. 45 and 46. Volkov, Russian. Oh, the three Russians. These are the three Russians then, confirmed. Number 37 has that on his arm, and I don't know where to find him. Other than one of these later parts. We were just here. I don't think he pays any of these two. Clubbed by Henry Brennan. Did happen. You with the light. We're saying he's Davy James for some reason. Do you have an idea? Well, he's a guy who needs a steward. By the looks of him. So he's a fourth mate. John Davies' fourth mate was clubbed by Brennan. Yotalarkas Nikishin, whatever his name is. And Charles Miner was the Boston's mate. So they did do the thing where they put in the person and the mate next to each other 3 times in a row. Right, what we were saying here though now is now that we have confirmation he's the fourth mate, he's definitely the fourth mate steward. But he's on this side, so I don't know why his steward would stay far from him. I think he is the fourth mate steward. I think the issue is about where he's alive at. Or perhaps he is just not the fourth mate steward. We could put him in as the fourth mate steward. I don't think that changes anything. We'll just for now say that he is. We obviously have some wrong information. To the point where he wasn't revealed in. I don't know how to I don't know where to start about these top men. Where you get information from them. We know who these three people are, and you. So we know that this is Alarkus Nikishin. So is this man not Alexei Toporov? Russian. He's not with these people. But when he's doing his gambling, he is. So I don't... Again, you are unknown. You can't be found out. I don't know where to start a next chapter. Why is this open? What's this? Oh my god, there's... a lead.
Go back! Captain!
Slack the lifts and lower the boats! The whole crew will be on us!
Give it up!
Give it up. Murder. Chapter 3. You, Nichols, kill this guy. Presumably a topman. The Welsh one. You are already dead. So this isn't the start of the murder. Oh no, you're not dead. You're just crawling. It's the dead of night. You wonder what's happened. Oh, he's dead. Oh no, he's been spiked. You are present. Onboarding the Russian. Bengtsia. As prisoners. You may be the other Russian. You were here as well. A new chapter. Part 3. John... Well, I'm saying he's John Maples. He was definitely shot with a gun. By him. Who I'm saying is Edward Nichols. But there'll be another dead. One that I missed. The man hanging. Is this the man from the picture?
Hok Seng Lao, you have been found guilty by self-confession of the murder of Nunzio Pasquale.
That's easy enough.
As captain of this ship, and by the authority of the East India Company, and thus the Crown of England, I sentence you to death by firing line.
This might be the best yet.
Mr.
Everyone might be present.
Are ready.
Right, sir. Ready, men.
Mr. Wolf.
Aim. Fire.
This is a breakthrough. You are Mr. Wolf. You are Hooks Ben Bin, whatever they said his name was. This is the best one yet. This is given to me on a plate. Practically. Right. Well, I mean, reveal his chapter. Which one was it? Hoxen Lao. That was the one. He killed Nunzio Pasqua. He was shot by multiple people. Brennan. Alexei Tosporov. Whoever this is. And that guy. This is the scene from the picture. Though notably, left out of the picture. Oh no, they're here. But this is him depicted as happy. And here he sits drawing it. That's so cool. That is so cool. The butcher's from a different picture, because we're sat in a different place. So you must be the butcher's mate, if that is a person. I don't think it is. He's the cook. He's clearly the cook. That is massive. Just being able to walk around that scene is so useful. Axel Lau was... well, he was executed. But I guess he was shot with a gun by... which one? Like... or do you have to actually find out which one hit him? That one missed, that one missed. The one that hit him was Brennan. So we put that in. That he was killed by Brennan. You're the cook. And you're the gunner. There is a dead here. We still don't know the other third mate, but you definitely are at this point. Who are you? The first mate. Are you the first mate steward? Is that not a taken job? No. Can I finally say that you're the gunner's mate? You were killed by Brennan. You're the gunner's mate. You were killed by the Brennan. You were knifed by the gunner's mate. And then Brennan killed the guy next to him, who was this guy, who we know is now the fourth mate. So the fourth mate, perhaps conflated with him, Nunzio Pasqua, was killed by the guy who was just on about. That means we can get now the name of the final Formosan Royal. Well, Royal, he's a guard, but yeah. And then the killer of the second mate, Nichols, should be quite easily get on.
Who is there? Who is that? Is someone hurt? Senor Nichols, is that you? What are you doing down here?
Hello, yes. All fine here. Just, sorting some things.
Watch your step. Here, let me help you.
And they blame someone else for it. We know that this is Edward Nichols. And we know why the other guy's shot now. But this man is already dead. Oh no, he's not. He's already been knocked out. He's going for the pearl thing? Oh. The plot twist is absolutely beautiful. Massive. But that definitely is the guy. He was knifed in the chest. This is passenger Nunzio Pasqua. You were stabbed by Edward Nichols.
In there somewhere! Storm's coming! Finish your business and climb down here!
I don't know if I've got limited time now, or if that's just to prove that there's no more story left, and you have to do it with all the stories that are in there. I'm just gonna look it up. Right, I can end the game by going to the boat, the little boat, or I can try and find out what happened. I'm here to find out what happened. That's what the game is. Right. Okay, we know who these three people are. You are the last Formosan, Chiotan. Finally, we got the last midshipman. In the calling. You are unknown. You were spiked by a terrible beast. You were knifed by it being Sa. You were called by a beast. You burned to death. And you were shot by Chiotan. Crew. We don't know what happens. Well, we do. We just not got it confirmed. I mean, Martin. Martin last appeared in the Doom Part 8. Winston Smith is not the carpenter. Or he's not the carpenter, should I say. But give me... Yeah. Where are you? You. We don't know who you are. You're not an officer. Well, you might be, but... You're probably the bosun's mate, to be honest. No, we put the bosun's mate in. We know this is the bosun's mate, Charles Minor. You... are not alive on the Azores. You are the steward of the fourth mate, though. Oh, you're alive in Africa. Yeah, like the rest of them. Because you were all on that ship. Next, we know who the Formosans are. We know who some of these are. For some reason, we're saying he's Russian, but I think he appeared. He disappeared in the calling. Drowned by the beast. Right. There's 3 more though. It's all falling into... Oh my god, it's so nice. Both the carpenter and the carpenter's mate, which, to be honest, off of the fact, I'm just going to say that he, because he spoke with an American accent, is the carpenter's mate. Maybe he's the carpenter? I wouldn't know. He was similar to this guy. So that's all I'm saying. So you were eaten by a beast. You, I was saying, is spiked by a beast. You were not shot with a gun by Henry Brennan, presumably because you're not that guy. Maybe he, because he stands on the other side. I'm unsure about that. You are not the ship's steward. Perhaps swap them. We can't do that. I don't know. It's not been confirmed. That's true, though, is it not? That is confirmedly true. Let me go down again. Because now we are confirmed that who Edward Nichols are, haven't we? He is Edward Nichols. Oh yeah, well we don't know if he's John Naples. It could be George Shirley for all we know. Or into the top. Lewis Walker. Where is he seen else? On the gun deck. Well yeah, everyone's seen that. So them are the only 2 times he appears. So he's a 3 presumably means you need to deduce it. What does he wear? To be fair, he wears what I would expect a topman to wear, and he sits with the topman up here. Did the dead speak? Give it up. Let me read. Give it up. He is Timothy Butemans. Yes, he is. He's the guy. If you look at his arm, he's Timothy Buteman. That means this guy is Lewis Walker. Well, we have no proof that he's English, but he looks English. Okay, we have something wrong going somewhere. Yeah, because I mean we're missing someone. You're on the helm. Why have I not even noticed that? You're literally the helmsman. Why have I not seen that this entire time? He's holding the helm. So who did we just confirm who it was? Lewis Walker. This man is Lewis Walker. After all this time, we found out who the third guy who died in the entire game was. Lewis Walker. Timothy Buteman, Marber, Butcher, Cook, the four Indians. He's Nunzio Pasqua. The surgeon. I knew he was Nunzio Pasqua from the start. Well, from a while ago. We still don't know if he's a Captain Stewart, and that's probably because we don't know what happened to him. Though in the crew and Pass Manifest, can we say what happened to him? Is it just put down as unknown? 3 memories. There are no additional memories. So I guess it is just put down as unknown. Who is George Shirley? I couldn't tell you. I mean, there's a Welsh seaman and an English seaman left. So consider that we don't know who some of these people are. Maybe we can find out. That's what I've put, to be fair, though. So I need to be sure about that. He dies in a cannon blast. He's also present there. He's also present during the front of the ship incident. Yeah, of course the Butcher and Cook will be friends with each other. You're all identified as seaman. Topman wears more stripy clothes, seaman simpler clothes. But the clothing is not necessarily what he is. The Doom Part 4. Let's go down there. So he was just... Oh my god, he was dragged with it. And Nichols, the people who knew. That's such a... Like, because you don't expect the actual underlying story to be that interesting. Like, just to find out what happened to them. And be, like, your own story of finding out. But it is actually really interesting. I didn't even think the Hangman was in the game. I thought that was just sort of a picture. Oh yeah, we're gonna go down to the explosion down here. Where's the explosion? Here. I just want to hear if any of the people in this speak. The Fuse. Is he already dead? No. You are. We know you are, though. We know you are. We know where you are. We know where you are. He's the Fuse, so I think he's Christian Wolf. The other who died in this. Is that a Farwittenar? Is that the wrong? He was with the gunner. Perhaps we can go earlier. So when this man died. I don't think he is. He's definitely shot with a cannon by the beast. But we have no clue what else about him. What did I say about him? I said he was an unknown seaman. There's no information about him, really. I mean, apparently you can find out who he is. But that's true of everyone on the boat now. The Chinese is an interesting thing. Yeah, the Chinese move, like, that would be... Like, how do we find out who these people are? You're one of the seamen left. You're not Whaley, you're one of the seamen. Because... Well, I'm going to go back to that scene, actually. In fact, if you look at this drawing, not the drawing with the nothing on. If you look at... If you look at this drawing, this one specifically, you're here, you are that person, the four Mawsons, and you two are sad. It's quite obvious that that is this person. Everyone else on the ship's here, except for maybe like the cook and that, but yeah. Like, the people who are sad about it gives it away. How many people are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Why did they say he fell down the stairs? Oh, because he did die here. Why did they say he was specifically him? Put him in the lazarette with those things. And he's talking about the captain's steward there. Well, I guess it is officially unknown. I don't know why, if the moment of death was then. Let me go back to the major scene. How many more were present in this then? 28 of us.
You have been found guilty by self-confession of the murder of Nunzio Pasquale.
Who do you stand by here? Borson. Borson's mate's all the way over here, isn't it? Here. Where's Nichols in this? Is this Nichols? He's telling him something. Who are you? If you're not the gunner's mate, why would you be on the other side? I don't know like you could be. What other possibilities could you be? The ship's steward? These people. I don't know why I've said specifically Whaley. Is there any reason for that? Gunner's mate. I mean, we're just gonna have to put things in, I think. And then, you know, he's unknown fate. Why is it unknown? Because he vanished in the Doom. Specifically, all these drowned or torn apart. So he obviously also last appeared in the Doom. So let's go and finish off whatever his fate was. So where does he appear in this? Is this him? Oh, that's the guy we know it is now. This is him. No. We know that you're... We still aren't sure that you're Martin Parrott. Because what chapter is the Doom? It comes before Bargain, which is it's hidden from the thing. Unknown Topman. Where is it? You're the gunner's mate. I don't know. I don't know which one you are, the gunner's mate or maybe even the carpenter. I don't think you're the carpenter. You're either the gunner's mate or you're the gunner. You're either the gunner. You're the gunner's mate. You have to be the gunner's mate. He is in this. Oh, there he is. Oh, he was drowned. He was strongly drowned. I couldn't tell you which one. Wei Li? He. Li Hong? Zishang? Huang Li? I don't know. I think we're going to have to guess between all these. The Chinese ones. Because I don't see where names come into this. Where they spoke. No, he's done nothing wrong. That's the wife. I'll presume that's the other guard. I see now how it works. Right, so I'm going to just recount the story of the game. Just to ensure we're getting it right here. So that then we can fit people into it. So the first guy dies by getting crushed. And then there's a story who dies by getting crushed. They continue on and an illness starts getting to people. Saeed dies of an illness. The illness then gets caught by Rajub. A cow is slaughtered for its meat because people get hungry. Nunzio Pasco gets killed by Nichols after they find the pearl thing, I'm pretty sure. Hoxing Lao gets blamed for it, gets killed. Butement is then shot with a gun by Nichols. Probably because he knew about it, presumably. And then a group consisting of It Bengxia, Bun Lan Lim, an unknown guy, Nikishin, O'Hagan, Toporov, and then the second mate and his steward leave, basically. Mother of God, keep me one day here. Bengxia's where is it? Gives a weapon. Some stuff. Other than that, we try and leave with it, basically, is the point. Lords, and then, so that person gets spiked by a beast. This person gets knifed by him, presumably because the beast starts coming out. You get clawed by the beast. You then get burned to death. And then you get shot by the guy. Disappearances. Toporov drowned. And Nikishin got clawed. Unholy captives. Chiotan and Hamadum Dion both get spiked by the beast as it gets on the ship. Then the cook is killed by a beast tail while carrying it down. That causes a crush that causes Wasim to die as well. Then on the cargo deck, this unknown soul fell down the stairs. That's what I've said. I think we need to look up. I think we need to look better at sort of what they were, because that would connect numbers to names to numbers. So let's do it like that. Let's look at each of the Chinese top men and see where they are. You're one of them. You get drowned by the beast in the doom. That's what I'm saying. He must be the only one. Well, we're saying you're been electrocuted. Soldiers of the Sea Part 1, so we're going to go back to that. Luckily that's right next to us. Oh no, it's not. We're in Doom Part. In the Doom. For some reason I thought I was on the major mission. We actually see him here. He wears these weird shoes. He's like, I don't know. His top men are probably the hardest in the game in terms of find out. I'm thinking he's him, but we need to get his name of that. So what chapter are we in here? Soldiers of the Sea. Is any of them like? How many? Where's the last one to die? Like, that's probably a good way to look, because then you can just like rule people out. You are still alive, and you're the one who's still alive in the Doom. So let's go the Doom. Let's just look through the Doom. What hammock numbers are we looking for these people? 38 to 41. This is 41. Oh my god. Right. So wait. So he's the one still alive. So he is this guy. Okay. Somehow we actually found out who that was from going through the Doom. I'm 99%. He might have not been drowned by the beast, but he was. Unless he was torn apart by it. Right, let me go back up to the electrocuted guy. Well, if we're going on appearance, then we're going to have to just see the best about their appearance. Oh, well. Yeah, because... I mean, that's all we have to go off, his appearance. I mean, they all look very similar. As best as we can put it, you know what I mean? Like, you, go back to... here, go back to here. Right, where are you? Oh. Very interesting shoes. Yeah, though. Can we see them? Them shoes? Well, who is this person? 39. 39. Zhang. I put down Huang Li as electrocuted, but let me go and check the electrocuted man. In a minute, actually, 41. What other name? We're looking for 38 to 41. Where's number 38? Oh, here. Oh, he's the electrocuted man. He's definitely the electrocuted man. Look at his shoes, they're very, like, small. Let me just go back to the electrocuted man to prove that he is the electrocuted man. Yeah, look at them shoes. He's definitely him. This is truth. I want to see the guy with the interesting shoes. He went everywhere. How many things did he appear in? Oh no, this is the entire order of everything. So this is Lazarette. We're not finding out what's going on there, I guess. The crew, please. I want to find the other two Chinese top men. He's one of them. We know he's Whaley, drowned by the beast, I guess is what we're saying he is. He's not the one who fell down the stairs, I don't think. Oh no, well I'll have put that for him, won't I? I think he's Chinese as well. He got spiked by a beast in the Calling Part 1. Let's go and check the Calling Part 1 then. He, if I remember the order, which was 38, and then it went 39, 40, 41, this had the introduced, so you're Li Hong. So the last Chinese tournament, you were electrocuted, you were spiked, and you were drowned. So we've got the Chinese top men out the way, actually. Basically, I did not expect that to actually be the case. Them are the most obscure ways to find out who someone is, so. Let's see then. You, we know it was electrocuted. You, we know was spiked. You, we know the top man who had all that happen. You are a Zhejiang. Okay. And other than Zhejiang, I'm going to presume everything else, in terms of lines of questioning, was wrong. We don't know what happened to Martin Perrott, but I don't think you can put it in. Both Martin Perrott and the captain's... Martin Perrott and the captain's bloody... Someone, the Philip Dahl, that's the one, where it says unknown initially, instead of putting it back to nothing. That's basically going to be done at the end. You obviously aren't the ship's steward, because obviously you're not, because obviously you're not. So we obviously have to reshuffle some people again. We know that you're the fourth mate steward though, so it's probably fate that I'm getting wrong here. You might just be the carpenter. I don't know who the carpenter's mate would be in that case. Okay, wait, we could say that he's the carpenter's mate, maybe? I don't know. Did we see what he died? Died here. In Daimon. Let's go back to Soldiers of the Sea. Specifically, let's go back to him dying. Is this him? It might be, I don't know. There he is, right.
What's going on? Stay back. It's already going to Nick. Hey. Come on, boss. No, get there. Hey.
Come on, boss, lad. He's the carpenter. He's the carpenter's mate. Easy enough. But we're missing one surefire answer somewhere. So, if he's the carpenter, he's the carpenter's mate. He's the gunner, he's the gunner's mate. What am I getting wrong? Right. Apparently that's wrong. In some way. I keep pressing the wrong thing now. I don't know why. I've been pressing the wrong thing for 3 hours. All of these people, we know that these are Captain Stewards. You know, that is him, like, is it not? Who are we unknown of? No, I want the pictures of everyone. You were shot with a cannon by the beast. You're one of the seamen. You're either Naples or Shirley. We'll do Naples. We'll say that... Where's the remaining seaman? We'll say that you're Shirley. Let's flip him. Naples. Shirley. Someone says Endemon.
What's going on? Stay back.
We know who you are.
Hey. Come on, boss. No, get there. Hey.
You're the guy saying Endemon. He was definitely spiked by a beast, and he's definitely the boss of this guy. So why is he not? And they speak American. Maybe let's go back to saying he was spiked. I don't know. What if you're Zhejiang? What if you're George Shirley and you didn't fall? What if you did fall down the stairs? When does he last appear? He just simply does die here. Who was the other guy we were looking for? You. Fell down the stairs? He did fall down the stairs. Maybe we're just... Maybe there's... Perhaps I'm looking into the way he fell wrong. I don't know. Because it should be right. No, he died downstairs. He died all the way downstairs. Although it would be helpful to look at the moment that he died, because he's present in the scene, isn't it? Is it him? Maybe the previous chapter will help. I mean, we can see him up the way, but why did it all drop? What are you running from? You end up getting asked about this by the captain and sent to whatever that is at the end. That's locked off from us. Oh, you stabbed him? What? Yeah, there's a sword. He's calling him a beast. He was not fell down the stairs. He was like killed with a sword by the captain's guy, the captain's man. Where is it? Yeah. Who do we say this should be? Ji Zhang. I mean, I just put that, I guess. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Right. Again with Martin, we don't know. Perhaps all we need to do now is change this to 8 again, maybe? Right, we'll just have to flip around some of these people then, I guess. Who do we not know? We don't know the gunner's mate, we don't know him, and we don't know him. I think that's it, right? Boss. He said boss, but I don't know, he might just be a mate and he's lower. Maybe it is the other way around, and we were just getting the... So you're the carpenter. And you're the carpenter's mate. But boss, I don't know who said boss, that's the thing. We could just change... Actually, no, just change this back. Just change this back each time. Just... There we go! Yes, right. I think that's the game, honestly. 2 more. What about the third? So wait, who do we not know now? Maybe I'm getting who killed him wrong. I thought it was Brennan, but I can't remember how that whole exchange went down again, so I'm gonna just have to see, because I'm pretty sure he is Olus. Oh, that is not Brennan, yeah. Brennan's upstairs, of course. He comes down and hits him. So who's this? John Davies. He's killed by John Davies. Right, is there anyone else who's like Scribbler? No, I mean in the thingy mabobs. Anyone else who's Scribbler? Martin, we know about Olus, we know about these two. The ship and Captain Steward. But it has to be him, doesn't it? Well, we'll just go back and see how he died. Soldiers of the Sea Part 7. Where is that? Here. Around the edge, yeah, around the edge. Is that? I don't see a spike actually. To be fair. Oh, he's getting shot.
Someone shoot the damn thing!
Yeah, and he got shot through the wall. Who did he get shot by though? I can't ID him from here. We'll have to go to. We'll have to go to the previous one to see who shot him. Oh, to be fair, I can actually just look here who appears. See. Oh, it's gotta be him. Actually, no, it's gotta be him. Yeah. That's it. Well, yeah. So it's gotta be him. Let me go back here. Charles Minor. What was he? He was the bosun's mate, wasn't he? Yeah. All currently solvable fates, correct? There's nothing left to do on the Obra Dinn. Now, I don't know how much I've edited it down because I've really been sort of searching, but especially close to the end of the game, like this last 2, maybe even 3 hours, has probably been edited down into 1 because it's meticulous looking for details that I've been doing. Like, I've been thinking about every possible element of a character all over and over. Let's go down to the guy then. So yeah, I mean this game will take longer than it looks like, but it's worth all of it. It's worth all of it when you feel like you finally got it.
We should go. Storm's nearly about, so we won't be coming back.
How do I choose to do that? Yep. Oh.
Finally. Sit down so you don't fall out.
One week later. The Honourable East India Company insurance assessment for the good ship Obra Dinn, victim of a calamitous event at sea, prepared by the Company of Office of Investigation. Ship damaged in squall, Atlantic, sunk in storm, Falmouth, payout claim 20,000. Cargo company, all cargo lost. Payout claim 5,000. Cargo Crown, all cargo lost. Payout claim for restitution, £3,000. Robert Witterell, suicide with gun. Criminal findings, murder of crewmate 4, estate forfeited to the Crown. William Hoscott, first mate, shot with a gun by Witterell. Criminal findings, attempted mutiny, estate fined £25. Edward Nichols, second mate, shot with a gun by Tan. Criminal findings, murder of a crewmate. Attempted mutiny, theft of cargo, estate fined £100. Perrott, third mate, unknown. Findings of merit, extraordinary valour, exceptional performance of duties, estate rewarded, outstanding wages of reward 90. Fourth mate, clubbed by Brennan. Murder of crewmate, estate fine 15. Claystle the bosun, torn apart by a beast. Estate awarded wages, it was exceptional. Bosun mate, estate expense claim 15, he drowned by the beast. But he also murdered the crewmate, technically, he murdered that last guy we looked at. Evans, the surgeon's alive in Africa, awarded £50. Wallace, the surgeon's mate, was decapitated by the beast. £50. The carpenter was spiked. Estate gained 60. Gibbs, the mate, estate gained to the pension fund, £30. The cook was struck by a tail. Estate awarded outstanding wages of £40. The butcher was spiked. Estate claimed £40. The gunner shot beast finding in merit exceptional performance £70. Ola's waiter, murder of crewmate, attempted mutiny, take mine £50. The purser drowned due to the beast, findings of demerit, abandonment of crew. Estate awarded outstanding wages. The helmsman. Oh yeah, he did actually spend. The helmsman torn apart. Estate awarded £30. The artist crushed. Estate awarded £50. No claim for Hoscut Wittrell. No claim for Nunzio Pasqua. Emily Jackson, the passenger. Abandonment of crew, fine 35. Jane Bird, same thing but 10. Bunlan Lim, passenger. I wonder why. Ooh, I wonder why Evans didn't get fined when he did the same thing. Bunlan Lim was clawed, no claim made. It Bengsia, expense claim for 25. Estate unknown, murder of crewmates. Chio Tan, estate unknown, Spencer's claim 25. Huck Senlow, no claim made. The steward, awarded 35. Philip Dowell, failure to perform duties, estate fine 35. He murdered someone, to be fair. Yeah, he murdered the guy at the bottom of the ship. First mate steward, Volkov, findings of merit, he was good. Paul Moss, he died a good death. He was probably the most valiant death, got stabbed, trying to help, the weak trying to leave the ship. Second mate Stewart, knifed, theft of cargo, insane. Roger Anderson, crushed by a cannon, outstanding 10. Davy James is alive in Africa, no claim made. Peter Milroy, midshipman, exploded at £40 claim. The midshipman, the other one, estate awarded £30 outstanding. Hirschtick midshipman, burned, estate awarded also 50 for exceptional performance. Drowned, Omegle, exceptional, estate awarded outstanding wages. Timothy Buteman, fate, shot, gun, E. Nichols. Finance of merit, extraordinary value, yes. Huang Li, electrocuted, estate 35. Xi Zhang, same thing, but decapitated. Li Hong, estate fined 50 for attempted mutiny and theft of cargo. Wei Di drowned, exceptional for 45. Botterill for 25. Marber for 45. Estate unknown, extended wages and reward donated to pension fund. Lewis Walker clubbed by Wittrell, attempted mutiny though for fine 25. Volkov killed someone, so expense was somehow claimed 15, I don't know. Nikishin, the seaman, was clawed, £50 claimed. Toporov, £50 claimed. Peters, £25 claimed. Lars Linde, £15 claim. John Naples, 25. Rajub, 15. Akbar, 25. Wasim, 25. And Sayed, 15. Dion, 25. Brennan got 50. He did kill only one other person, to be fair, even though he felt like he was everywhere. Booth, 5. One of them was an execution, to be fair. O'Hagan, 50. It was fine 50, so that's it. Shirley claimed 25. Peters 15. A preliminary draft of this assessment has been approved by the Rail Trade Guarantor. Total claimed 29 to 85. On behalf of the Honourable East India Company, I certify your statement as accurate and declare this matter clause in its entirety. The pocket watch remains in your possession. The book returns to its original owner Henry Evans in Morocco as requested. One year later.
just dreadful. Better you don't open it inside. I'll be turning in now. Tea's in the kitchen if you need more.
Chief Inspector, I write to you with the unfortunate news that Dr. Evans has passed away. He succumbed to his illness shortly after receiving your package. He was very pleased with your correspondence and asked that his gratitude be expressed by returning the book to you, along with the means to complete it. As for the three of us that remain, the Obra Dinn is a distant memory and a dreadful chapter in our lives that we wish to forget. Do not write back. Regards, Jane Bird. No longer miss, perhaps. This tale belongs to you now. Please finish it, Henry Evans. Bargain. What happened in Bargain? Or the hand of someone insane.
Collect your things. Where's the key? To that door. Gone. There's no time. We need to go. Right.
Here you go.
What are you up to?
Nothing good.
Martin Perrott has been spiked. Henry Evans just did that. I wonder why he didn't want it. The steward is in the lazarette. I wonder why Henry Evans didn't want to be home. Who is that behind him? I think that's his. I wonder why he wanted to clear his conscience. I wonder why. I wonder why. I really wanted to know why he. Bargain. Part 5. A friendly but not entirely pleasant monkey companion was sacrificed in the pursuit of knowledge. Did Henry Evans invent this time machine? Two of us present, yes. Paul Moss, Henry Evans. But now we bring ourselves to the dead body of.
A third shell. Captain didn't toss them all. Leave it. Help me lift this. Stop! Why? Well, set you free. Give it the shell. Here. Do it. Hoist it out. To the main deck. Throw it over. Lock the door when you leave. Get the tail, boy. In return, the ship. The Obra Dinn. See it home.
Martin Perrott, he wanted to see it home, is that true? I don't know what else to look for in this. Like, he's dead, I guess. Philip Dahl, but we knew he was dead. So I guess he was spiked by a beast. Oh, why are we going there?
I'll kill every last one of you monsters. Withdraw the Kraken, or I will kill you all!
Withdraw the Kraken, or I will kill you all. The captain? I don't think we need to find out what happened, but the captain killed the thing. Or at least before did. A cat should be smart against its jailer and spared for trouble. Another.
Call it off, damn you! This is your Kraken! You brought it here! Send it back!
So this is after the doom, but the ship is definitely still rocking. And this is where the captain was during it. And again, the captain. And unholy creatures' defiant shrieks were greeted with a fatal bullet. Part 1. The final death. Is that the captain's steward? So it starts with the captain and ends with the captain's steward. Well, it starts with the first mate, to be fair.
What's this? Quicksilver.
God didn't happen. What? Is this fire? There's nothing else going on outside, is there? No. Hmm. I think he was burned. Was that Bruce Straley? Is that what I read then? It is. Why is Bruce Straley on though? Character voicing. Oh, and you got like the people he actually voiced. I'm surprised he didn't use only a few. Like these are all unique voices, and you can tell. Except for obviously a few that don't appear in the same scenes. Two people for one guy. And that is what a game should be. It's so stylized. I mean, you really sort of get pulled into the world. There's a big puzzle, and it's actually a difficult puzzle that you feel smart for solving. It's a type of gameplay I've not seen before. I've only ever seen it in Papers, Please before. And it's even different in this game from that. This is just so unique, and I look forward to his next game, but I really don't know when he's coming out with one. I'd rather him not if it isn't going to be special, you know what I mean? Because his ideas are good, but you need to give him time for it. Solid game, very, very good. I love the art style, and I mean, you can change it if you don't like it. Sharp with the shrink, sharp with the shrink all the way to the size it should be. Smooth, in case you don't like art styles. I looked at playing it with this one and this one. This one's nice as well, but I feel like this is the real sort of dingy look that it should have. Very good music, which was made by him. It really felt like you're on this discovery sort of expedition. There's nothing I can say against this game. It was really, really good. It just felt so satisfying to play, to go around and find out, to spot the little things that would connect it all together. Especially things like the shoes on the top men, looking at the hammocks, the arm on that one guy is how you would figure out him. You know, some things make sense, and you wouldn't really acquire it to numbers in a game. Things like, yes, he's from New Guinea because he's got the tattoos that you would expect. The use of knowledge of understanding accents, of hearing how loud people are. It's probably not very it's not probably a very accessible game. And you know, I'd love as many people as possible to be able to play this game. And there could be settings added to this game to make it easier to play for some people, because it really does align a lot on you looking closely, on you being able to hear distances and know the languages and know the accents even. So the game might be easier for someone from England. Does an American know the difference between a Scottish and English accent? I don't even know. Like I couldn't even tell really when the people were Welsh in this. They sort of, you know, it might either be historical Welsh accents, or it might be something more like I'm just completely missing it for some reason. So yeah, and then you've got 4 more. So you've got the actual old names for these places. That was Taiwan, China. There's Chinese people. There's people from across the world, and they do fit in to the idea in ways that you can guess in some ways. Like, I feel like if a game like this came out, you'd expect them to try and trick you with that kind of stuff, but it doesn't. That's not what this game is about. It's using your knowledge of the time, of the things going on, of the accents, as I say, of putting together a timeline in your head. I mean, it might even be more fun to play this game with a pen and paper, but it's so much that I didn't even remember any of the start of the game, which I did play. I think I played last time I played this game to try it. I played up until I played the entire Doom chapter basically, something like that, and I did not remember one thing except for the first guy was the captain. So I feel like in a few years I'll be able to replay this game, and that's not something you can say about such an interesting game and unique game, that you can replay and enjoy it just as much, while the game itself is still unforgettable. So that's all I'm going to say. I've been going on. This should have been edited down, but who knows. Very good game. We're not doing the tier list anymore because... Are we not? Yeah, we're not, because my Photoshop has run out. Shockingly, my Photoshop has returned. I can't tell you how. So because of that, we're going to put it on the tier list, because this series, I'm confident I will edit down in time and release, because of the level of enjoyment I had about the game. This does, however, introduce a problem, which is obviously that if I am only putting out series of games that I liked, then I'm only going to be putting games up here, which is a problem, considering the entire point of the tier list is to put on every game that I play. So I am playing Resident Evil 6 to sort of weigh out the balance. Hopefully, hopefully it's up here, to be honest, but you know, hopefully we get something to pad out the bottom of the tier list. But if we don't, then it'll be an interesting idea to bring it through the ranks and see how good it is. But to put Return of the Obra Dinn on this tier list. Now, I've not touched this tier list in nearly a year, since about October last year. It's now nearly July, so it's been a while. Return of the Obra Dinn, it's one of the most interesting, immersive puzzle games that I've played. It really made you feel smart about every single thing that you put in, and you've got it right, and then you're like, oh yes, I've got them. And there's just something so refreshing about it, even though it's a 6-year-old game. I didn't feel like Lucas Pope could do something as influential as Papers, Please, but I would definitely put this above Papers, Please. Papers, Please is cool, and it brings you into a world, but it's a bit of a parody world. It's not really a thing that is meant to be fully serious, even though it does make you have these moral choices. And this obviously isn't meant to be serious as well. It's got krakens, and the whole point is a plot to steal a shell to summon mermaids and bring the kraken. But in the end, I think it fits more with what game it's trying to be. And the mystery is just a lot better, and the actual gameplay moment to moment is both a lot less stressful and confusing than Papers, Please, and a lot more difficult at the same time, which might sound counterintuitive, but that is what it seems. To put it in, what I see it being is somewhere up here, to be honest. Double Exposure did sort of fall flat. That's my one thing about Double Exposure. Is it's a game that horrifically fell flat. And while I did like the first 3 episodes, them last 2 were just not it at all. The entire one was good. I've put this up here because of my personal enjoyment scale. None of this is supposed to try and be objective in any way. I liked Portal 2 more than Undertale. I liked Undertale more than Walking Dead Season 4. Walking Dead Season 4 definitely got a worse metascore than Resident Evil Village. But did I like it more? Yes. Night in the Woods. Who's played Night in the Woods? About 7 people, I would assume. You know what I mean? This is a AAA game. This is a very popular game. This is just as popular. Undertale Yellow, about 7 people played that as well. There's probably even less people that played it than in Night in the Woods. It doesn't matter about the objective reviews of the game. I'm trying to put it where I think it fits, and I think that this fits. Personal enjoyment scale, I would put it... Can I not select more than one, please? Oh, there we go, thank you. It's going there. It is going there. For the reasons stated. I mean, I'll fix the grid a little bit if I can. But for the reasons stated, while it's a very calm game, with gameplay that on the surface is not very interesting, you just delve deeper into it and it feels like you're unraveling something really interesting, and it does end up being really interesting. And even without the entire aspect of the story, which is finding out who each person is, which is what makes it really fun, the story within is an interesting story. I mean, you could watch them. You could have the game presented as a linear fashion, where anytime a death ends, the next one starts, and there's no figuring out who it was or anything like that. And it would still be a really well presented piece of interactive content. And the format in which it's been turned into a game from that, I don't think they could have done a better job, to be honest. So that is my personal enjoyment scale. That's where I'm putting it. Amazing experience. Just a slightly worse than Before the Storm, which it is just fully memorable. I mean, it's an unpopular opinion to put it more than Life is Strange. And recently, I thought maybe it's not better, but this is going on the personal enjoyment scale, and the point is here is that I feel like I shouldn't move anything other than between tiers. Like, at the end of the day, what about me now, in my opinion? Maybe I say that Untitled Goose Game is better than PQ Niku. Why would I say that now? I'm not swapping it, because them were placed. Well, these weren't placed on when I played those games, but you know, for a lot of the more recent games, they were like Undertale Yellow, Before the Storm, Obra Dinn now, Double Exposure, True Colors. Like, these games were placed onto the tier list afterwards, so I don't think it's fair for me to move them in a random point in the future, completely unrelated to the time I played it. So all I can do is put this somewhere in the tier list, and I think that's the rule I'm going to go by from now on. Is if I get another game, let's say Man of Medan 7 comes out, or whichever one it is, and I want to put it somewhere, I can only really put it between something. I can only really say, oh, this Man of Medan 7, honestly, it's one of the best games I've ever played. I'm going to put it there. And then, you know, I can't move any other previous game, because I don't think that's very fair. I don't think it makes sense. I've not replayed any of these games since the last time I've mentioned them. Portal 2, I played backwards. Village, actually, I'm halfway through. So. But I went on a bit. Yeah. Return of the Obra Dinn. I would give it a very high score. I would give it a good 8 at the very least. Probably, I would probably be giving, like, let's see, I would probably be giving a 6, a 7, 7, 7, 7.5, 7.5, 8, 8. So yeah, like now I'm like, why is that put worse than that? Because that's definitely a better game than this, a far better game than this, in fact. But I'm not moving it. I can't move it because it's the personal enjoyment scale. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8.5, 8.5, 8.5, 9, 9, 9, 10, 10, 10, 10. There we go. That's what I would say. I guess is Resident Evil 6. Resident Evil 6 should be going up next. That's the next game I'm doing. But it will take a very long time to record that game, and I'm going to put it out in 4 episodes. I'm going to do Leon, and then I'm going to do, I think it's Chris next, then Jake, then Ada. I'm going to do it in the order that they go out. Put them out each as separate videos. I'm not going to rank them separately, but what I might do is at the end of each one, put it where I think it is, and then move it based on the future ones to see if the game gets worse towards the end, which apparently it does. But of course, that's up to me, really, for my own tier list. Until then, that has been it. I have been lying about saying that I have finished doing videos on this channel because nothing is formulated in terms of videos, in terms of these special types of videos I was trying to make. I was trying to make one on Resident Evil Village, as I was saying, but I don't think that's going to come about, to be honest. And then, you know, after then, it's been a long time since anything's happened. I'd rather put a game out that I've wanted to play for a while. And then Resident Evil 6, also a game I wanted to play for a while. And the fact that I'm streaming them now, I'm both streaming and recording my videos now. And you will see them live on Twitch when I record them, which is usually, I would say, it's usually quite early in the day on UK time. As it is now, this will obviously change after the summer. But for now, that's the idea. And yeah, I'll be streaming through games. I'll be streaming some games that don't actually make a playthrough. I've got a whole layout. I think I think I mentioned this on the Xbox one. I can't remember, but yeah, I've got a layout. I've got everything that I need. I've got music. I've got all the stuff that you need for a stream. I've got audio splitting, so I can mute the gameplay and I can fix audio afterwards. And that was a big problem I used to have, is mixing all my audio together, and it would never result in something that was usable. And then I basically have to throw out a series before I'd even started it. That cannot happen anymore. I can mix the stream live, I can mix the video live, I can mix the video after. There's VOD tracks. I've done everything that I need to do to make sure that this will work as I need it to. And so it just stands to reason I need to get to a point where I'm testing it for a long time. So that means I need to play more Resident Evil 6, which will be, I don't know, I'll probably be decently the way through it when this video comes out, because there will be a lot of editing required in this video. The current length of the game, I think it took me about 8 hours to complete, something like that. No, it took me less than that. It took me like 7, maybe 6.5. Cut that down, and I'm hoping to at least have a 4-hour video out, even less maybe, because this game is interesting to play. It's fun to play on in your time. But I've already, since when I finished this game, been watching some people play it, and it can get a bit monotonous to go and watch someone do the same thing over and over again, or not spot obvious details. It can be annoying, and I noticed I didn't spot the murder chapter for a very, very long time, because I was taking the game in a different sort of order, and basically because of that, I'm going to cut the video down to the points in which I discover things and a little bit of discovery, not really. Yeah, the point, and a little bit of exploration. Like, I don't want to completely remove the idea of like how long I was looking for things, but at the end of the day, it's a really, really boring episode of if I put it out and it's basically the full gameplay where I'm spending half an hour looking for example, them Chinese top men. I was spending, I think, about 45 minutes looking around. I had to find a clue. And then obviously I moved over, looked at like the stuff, and was able to get them last few guessing. Again, like it doesn't feel right for them last few, but I got them at the end, so you know I completed the game in as a valid way as any. And I can already imagine different ways the game can be played. I mean, you could probably go in there. I mean, I know one of the achievements is to go and blame the captain for every death yeah, I can see other ways you could do it. You could go in and you could make sure every single time you see an unblurred face that you've identified that person before you move on, which I think would be a cool way to do it. The problem is there, of course, you end up unlocking more and more story as you go on. But like, apparently people like the helmsman, they're unblurred from the start of the game, so you could actually choose them. But I only noticed him during the murder chapter overlook or something like that. I was looking at the thing and like, oh yeah, that's the helmsman because he's on the helm. Quite obvious. And the cook was obvious. The cook, when he actually dies, is identified because all the people are carrying the big fish are saying, "Hope you fry us up something good," or whatever it was. I don't know how I didn't connect the dots there, that the guy who died must be then the cook, because he's the one who fries stuff up. But it's interesting to see the different things that people notice. I'm just trying to cut out the times when I didn't notice something because it gets really annoying to see. But that'll be it. Resident Evil 6. Whenever this goes out, then the editing for Resi 6 will start. And whenever the editing for Resi 6 starts, I presume it will start like the first campaign will go out, and I think I'll be able to get through a campaign every week and a half, 2 weeks. So at most, I would say the game's going to take 2 months to complete. At least 1 month. So yeah, there we are. But that depends on how much I stream. You know, sometimes there might be annoying gameplay segment I don't want to get through, or I get stuck and it takes longer. So yeah, but also Leon is I'm pretty sure Leon's the longest one. So yeah, there we are. Anyway, no more bickering. That has been me. I've been Zoxed. This has been the return of the Obra Dinn.